Hi guys, it's me, Chazza HD, and welcome to race day for the 2023 Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal, Canada. Hope you guys are all well after what's been a pretty mental weekend. Lots of crazy things happening. Obviously, we had chaos on in Friday practice with some rain. First practice basically not happening because of a technical issue. Lots of rain. Yesterday. But, at times it dried out, then rained a lot. It was just, all over the place yesterday. And it was not the most exciting qualifying of the season. It was a bit of an anticlimax with the rain just intensifying as Q3 went on. But the starting grid we have for today's race is very, very mixed up. And it should make for an exciting race. And I think we are definitely in for a good race today. Not a classic by any means, but I think it will be a good race, like a 7 or an 8 out of 10, which is at least what we hope for from each Grand Prix, to be honest. And of course, the start of that race is just under 2 hours away, and cannot wait to get into it. Should be a dry race. The risk of rain, apparently, according to the FIA, at the highest is 20%. Still looking at the forecast, I don't see how it's going to rain. Probably just going to be an overcast day in Montreal, maybe with some sun here or there. But I don't think we're going to see any rain in Montreal today. So should be fine on that front. But of course, with all the rain that's happened, Friday night and all through Saturday, there are no there's no rubber down from the tires that would have been put down, of course, if it was dry. So it's a completely green track today, and we've seen plenty of times in the past that's made for exciting races. It wears the tyres out a lot more because there's less grip on the track. It just makes it a lot harder to drive the circuit in general if the conditions of the circuit itself is similar to how it would be in the first practice session. So, it's going to be, I think, definitely a good race today, and I'll obviously get into the results of qualifying in a moment and the starting grid for the Canadian Grand Prix. Hope you're all doing well, guys, no matter what time zone you're in, what part of the world you're from. Hope you're all having as best a day as possible, and I hope you can join me and Niblo, my co-commentator, who will be joining me in about an hour and a half from now, in watching along and just in general enjoying the race in Canada. Before, though, we get into the build-up to the race, let me just quickly start a poll in the chat, because I usually, do a poll in the chat, and I forgot to set one up before I started. So let me just set one up quick. Who is most likely to finish on the podium today in Canada? And I'll just do the options quickly. So the question for the poll will be, who is most likely to finish on the podium today in Canada? Because I think we know Max Verstappen is going to easily win the race today. And the options for this poll will be Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, and I'll put Perez in there as well, because of course he is in the best car. And despite starting from P12, he still has an outside chance of grabbing a podium. So, make sure to vote in that poll in the next, hour and 45 minutes. And I'll make sure right before we get into the race to finish up the results before we get into the race itself to see what you guys have to say on that. But, of course, in the race preview now, building up to the main event of the weekend itself, I will be getting into, firstly, the data going into this race. Not necessarily data from qualifying, I have to add, because, of course, yesterday it was a wet qualifying, and with it being, in Q1 and Q2 and Q3, very different conditions, and it constantly evolving. Firstly, it was getting drier and drier, then got wetter and wetter, so it's really hard to look at the data from qualifying, such as the sector times and the speed trap data, because it is very skewed. And that is why I will not be showing the sector time or speed trap data from qualifying in the build-up, because again, it is massively skewed due to the way the conditions were constantly changing in the qualifying session yesterday in Montreal. So the only data we're going to get into is the results from qualifying, the long run pace on Friday that was obviously a dry session mostly, and the long runs done were all done in dry conditions, thankfully for the teams. So we'll be getting into that, looking at who has good long run pace for today's race. And then obviously I'll be getting into my race prediction, my final race prediction for today's race. So let's hide that timer and get into it. Now with the qualifying result, I've decided to hide the lap time and the gaps between all of the cars because, again, it was, ever-changing conditions in qualifying yesterday, and it would just be very jumbled up if I was to show the gaps, because Q2, for example, you would have those people quicker than the people in Q3, and it would just look very unusual and weird. So I've decided to not show that, and I'll just show you who finished in what position. Max Verstappen grabbed pole position by 1.2 seconds, yet again, just like last year in a wet qualifying, dominating the session and easily getting pole position. Nico Hülkenberg, brilliant lap. He delivered it, right before the red flag came out for Oscar Piastri's crashed car. And it was a brilliant lap, getting him into second place. But he will not be starting in second place because he was given a 3-place grid penalty for today's race for speeding under red flags when the red flags came out for Piastri's car in Q3. The reason it's only a 3-place penalty is because considering how bad the conditions were, how heavy the rain was, they took that into account because even though he still went too quick, he, made a reasonable adjustment for the conditions. So that's why he's only got a 3-place penalty, which, to be honest, I think is a fair penalty, given, that he couldn't really handle the conditions that well because of how bad they were. And then the rest of the results, you have Alonso 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Russell 5th. So Alonso will start 2nd with Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th. And then it will be, Hülkenberg in 5th, with Esteban Ocon in 6th place. Lando Norris will start in P7. Carlos Sainz qualified in 8th place, but was given a 3-place grid penalty for impeding Pierre Gasly, which is quite generous because he probably should have got a bit more than that, considering how egregious it was, that blocking on Gasly, and it could have resulted in a massive crash. So, quite a generous penalty there. Probably should have been at least 5-place penalty, if not a 10-place penalty even, given how bad it was. But to be honest, I think you could definitely make the argument that it's a good thing that the FIA have exact penalties in place for exact offences rather than punishing drivers based on the severity of the offence, because that is quite a slippery slope if you were to do that. I mean, in some circumstances it would be good, but in others it would be way too harsh. So, I think, in the end, it's fair enough that we've got the system we've got, and he was still given a penalty at least, and it does put him in definitely a worse position for the race than he would have been in. So Carlos Sainz will start in P11. Oscar Piastri will start 8th, despite that crash at the end of Q3, or the middle of Q3, that basically ended the session. So we'll be all McLaren, 4th row of the grid. Great result for them. Maybe could have done a tad better, but I think realistically you have to be happy if you're a McLaren fan with the result they got. But given it's going to be a dry race, I don't think McLaren have a chance of finishing the points because their car in the dry around this track on Friday looked pretty slow compared to the rest of the field and not really quick enough to be top 10 runners. But yeah, still 4th row lockout, great for them. And then it will be Alex Albon, P9 on the grid, and he's definitely a dark horse for a surprise result today, because that Williams car, and remember Albon is running the massively updated Williams package, Sargent is not. We will be able to see just how good this new Williams car is in this race, and as I'll get into in a moment, the long run pace from the Williams on Friday was pretty good. It was definitely a lot better than what we saw in the last couple races, put it that way. Yeah, Albon will be P9, and Charles Leclerc, who qualified in 11th place after what was a very messy Q2, which was really a 50-50 in terms of blame. It was Ferrari's fault for not going too early enough on the soft tyres, but Leclerc did not put in good enough laps when he was given the opportunity. Charles Leclerc, because of Carlos Sainz's penalty, of course his teammate, Leclerc will start in P10, and then it will be Carlos Sainz in P11, 10th and 11th on the grid for Ferrari. That is abysmal. Sergio Perez will start in P12. Lance Stroll qualified in 13th, but was given a 3-place grid penalty for impeding. Can't remember exactly who it was that he impeded. Not sure if it was Hülkenberg or Tsunoda. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, he's been given a 3-place penalty. So it'll be Kevin Magnussen in 13th, Valtteri Bottas in 14th, and then it will be Pierre Gasly starting in 15th, because Yuki Tsunoda also has a 3-place grid penalty for impeding, I think, Nico Hülkenberg in qualifying. So yeah, it'll be Gasly in 15th, Lance Stroll 16th, and then De Vries 17th, Sargent 18th, Tsunoda 19th, and Zhou in 20th. At least for Gasly, with his qualifying being destroyed by what Carlos Sainz did, and maybe to a degree what Tsunoda did as well, at least he gets to start a couple positions higher than he would have, and still has a decent chance of finishing in the points. But realistically, given where he's starting, I don't think he will finish in the points, and I'll get into why later on in the build-up to the race. But that is the results from qualifying and your starting grid I've just gone through. Let's now get into the long run pace from practice 2 on Friday and look at team by team who ranked where and who's looking good with their long run pace. And Aston Martin, who of course have brought big upgrades this weekend, new side pod, new floor, and it's really their first big upgrade of the season so far. They were the best team with their long run pace in practice 2, a 1:17.4 for Alonso. AlphaTauri as well, super quick with Tsunoda, and I know he's in 19th, but I do think Tsunoda will come back from that and still finish probably in like a 12th or a 13th, not too far away from the top 10. And it is a shame that Tsunoda has a penalty, because with Stroll having a penalty, Tsunoda would have started in 15th, which would give him a pretty decent chance with that type of pace of finishing in the points. But watch out for him anyway. You never know what could happen. Of course, he has produced magical results so far this season. The Red Bull, wasn't looking that great, but I think we have to remember on Friday, Red Bull weren't really running that aggressively with their car. And I think what we saw on Saturday was a lot more representative of their true pace. So I still expect Red Bull to be the best team with their long run pace in the race. Ferrari looked pretty good. I mean, for them to only be 2/10 off Aston Martin is not as bad as I would have expected around this type of track. So, a plus there for Ferrari, but the problem is they can't utilise the positives from that today because they're starting smack bang in the middle of the grid and nowhere near Alonso or the two Mercedes. So, Ferrari just can't utilise that. Alpine, their pace looks good. They look like they're, right there with Ferrari. Definitely slower than Red Bull and Aston Martin, though. And we'll get on to Mercedes' long-run pace in practice, too, because that was quite surprisingly bad. McLaren and Williams, actually, not McLaren and Williams. Then, next up after Alpine, it is Williams. And as I said, Williams' long-run pace looks pretty good. 6th best team they were. And only a couple tenths of a second on average per lap, they were slower than Alpine. And with Albon starting in P9, I think they've got a really good chance of finishing the points today. Remember, that Williams car is so quick down the straights, and even with faster cars behind him trying to overtake, it's going to be very hard to overtake him because of just how monstrous it is in a straight line. And if Albon, gets DRS on another car that does not have access to the DRS, Albon should be definitely making a couple overtakes today. McLaren, slightly slower, but still struggling with their straight line speed, which is going to cost them a lot today. And they're doing the same speed as Alfa Romeo by the looks of it. And then, yeah, Mercedes, they were 1.1 seconds down on Aston Martin on average during FP2 in the long runs. Now, I don't think that's actually going to play out in the race. I think they will have much better pace, but I think Aston Martin have definitely improved compared to what they were like before this, side pod and floor upgrade. So it's going to be a tough race for Mercedes to finish in second. Not impossible, still a good chance of that happening. But I think realistically where they are on the grid is probably where they're going to finish. And despite Hülkenberg starting in 5th, Haas have by far the slowest car on the longer runs, as you can see there. 2 seconds slower than Aston Martin, and even a second and a half quicker, or slower rather, on average compared to Williams. So yeah, Haas are only going to go backwards, and they don't have a chance of finishing in the points unless we get loads of retirements and just loads of drama, to be honest. So yeah, that's who's looking good and not so good on the long run pace from practice 2. Most of the time, this does replicate in the race. Not always, every team, carries this type of pace through to the race. Some teams are a bit slower than expected. Some teams are a bit quicker. But most teams do this type of pace that we see. So, we'll see who can replicate their pace from practice 2, which, of course, is the last really dry session we have had before the race today. But now let me get into my full top 10 race prediction. And of course, I have done this race prediction based on if it is a dry race. Let's get into it. And of course, I've gone for the predicted gaps as well. So I think Max Verstappen will win still pretty comfortably, but the gap will be a bit closer to the rest of the field because I do think that Aston Martin and Mercedes are, on average, not that... they're still quite a bit slower than Red Bull, but I don't think it's as big as I expected it to be coming into the weekend. So I think Verstappen will win the race by 15 seconds from Fernando Alonso in second. Hamilton will be 5 seconds back in third, just ahead of Russell. I mean, that would still be a great result for Mercedes because it would allow them to pull away from Aston Martin even further in the championship and would bag Mercedes, 27 points, with Aston Martin only taking home 19 points if this top 10 was to materialise in the race. And then, after that, I'm going Esteban Ocon to finish in P5, a couple seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, who will be just ahead of his teammate, who will be just ahead of the Red Bull of Sergio Perez. The reason I've not got Perez higher is because I genuinely believe Perez at the minute is really struggling. Has no confidence at all, and that is really affecting his pace. And I don't think he's going to just magically come alive in this race and finish, on the podium or something like that. So, I'm going to go Perez in 8th, unfortunately, for him. But it would be great for Alpine if they were to get a top 5 today, which is definitely possible if they've got the type of pace they showed on Friday with the longer runs. And then I'm going to go Alex Albon to finish in 9th place. The Williams, I think, is genuinely quick in the dry, and I think genuinely quick enough to see Albon finish in the points, and he's in a great position in 9th on the grid. I think he will pass the 2 McLarens on track because the Williams and the McLaren are at opposite ends of the straight line speed scale, if you want to say it like that. Williams are the fastest, McLaren are the slowest, and the difference between them a lot of the time is like 15 kilometers an hour, which is massive. And if the Williams has DRS on the McLaren doesn't have any DRS, the difference in speed is absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, I think Albon will pass the two McLarens, will also pass Hülkenberg because the Haas will have no race pace at all, and will just about hold off Lance Stroll to finish in P9. And if that was to happen, Albon finishing in 9th, then he would take Williams off the bottom of the championship and put them into 9th place. And only, they'd only be, 5 points, I think, behind Haas and Alfa Romeo for 7th and 8th. So, yeah, that'd be a great result for Albon if he could get it. And I am really hoping he does finish in the points, because Williams do deserve to be higher than last in the championship, in my opinion. And then, yeah, Lance Stroll, because he's a lot better in the races, as we know, than he is in qualifying, and because the Aston Martin car is probably the second best car this weekend, I think Stroll will come through the field and finish in P10. But because the Williams is a lot quicker than the Aston Martin down the straights, Stroll will only finish in P10 and won't be able to pass Albon on track. But that's my top 10 race prediction, guys. Let me know in the chat, do you agree or disagree with my prediction? And in a moment, of course, I will get into the teams in more detail and get more so into why I think they'll end up with these results in particular, and also touch on what happened in qualifying a bit more as well. Just want to update you guys, though, about what my next 2 pieces of content are on the channel. Tomorrow night, I'll be live 8 PM UK time, Monday evening, for the weekend review of the Canadian Grand Prix, and maybe some other talking points as well. We'll see. And then the next stream after that is 10 days later on Thursday, the 29th of June, live again at 8 PM UK time for the weekend preview for the 2023 Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. So yeah, not too far away we are from the return to Europe and the return to a pretty good racetrack. So yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because of course we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, and also previews, reviews, all of that stuff. And as well, everyone watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 21 likes. Let's try and get up to like 30 plus if we can in the next, like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. But let me now get the timer back on screen. And there should be an hour and, yeah, hour and 37 minutes to go, I'm pretty sure, until the race starts in Canada. So yeah, make sure to post in the chat any comments you have in regards to today's race and just how you think things will play out. That's my prediction, of course. I just showed you a few moments ago. I'm not always correct, of course. I think my predictions so far this season have been definitely better than last season. Not just at predicting, you know, the Red Bull going to win the race, because we all know that that's going to happen. But predicting the podium as well, I think I've been pretty good at. So, yeah, I think there's a decent chance that definitely my top 4 will be correct. After that, though, once you get from 5th down to 10th, it is very hard to predict. But I'll get into my reasons why I predicted that, I think, pretty much right now. So we'll start off with Red Bull Racing. Let's firstly go into Max Verstappen before we destroy Sergio Perez. Yeah, Max Verstappen, brilliant lap, once again, destroying everybody else, 1.2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. Did basically what he did last year in qualifying, where he put in a lap that was way better than everybody else, and yeah, has easily got pole position. Only thing he needs to watch out for is the start of the race, and all he has to do is maintain the lead, and as long as he does that, he'll win the race by, I think, yeah, still 15, 20 seconds or so. And the reason I think it'll be a bit shorter of a gap than I thought, say, back on Thursday, is because Aston Martin, definitely, and even at times Mercedes, do look a bit closer to Red Bull than I previously anticipated. So that's why I think the gap will be a bit closer. But Max will still win comfortably, and it won't be, you know, the race is not going to be, the race win is not going to be up for contention. Verstappen will win his second Canadian Grand Prix, or get his second win in Canada. for the second year in a row. And then Sergio Perez, yeah, I made the point yesterday, and I think I'm absolutely bang on with it. Since Miami and what happened in Miami, where Max, despite starting in P9 and Perez starting on pole, Max still coming through to win the race and win pretty easily in the end, and basically destroy Perez, has destroyed Perez's confidence, because since then he has been one of the worst drivers in the field, if not the worst. Monaco, he couldn't do anything right. He was crashing into everything. Spain, no pace at all. I mean, the race, he had a lot better pace, but I think that was a lot more reliant on the car, really, because he still should have finished on the podium, not in 4th place. And then here in Canada, he's never looked quick all weekend. And then, you know, in Q2, again, was never at any point looking like he was going to get into Q3, and ended up in P12. So you can't say that he was unlucky or anything like that. He was simply too slow, and he needs to try and break out of this soon, because if this continues for quite a few more races, Red Bull will look elsewhere. Perez's contract is up at the end of 2024, and given that Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri is performing very well, I think definitely there is a chance that not switch necessarily, but Perez being replaced by Tsunoda is definitely a very real possibility if Perez cannot get back on form. Because in the first 5 races of the season, except for the Australian Grand Prix, he did absolutely everything that you would expect of him. And if not a bit more than you would expect, because he did win 2 of the first 5 races. So, yeah, he needs to get back into that sort of form. Maybe coming back today to finish in 5th or even 4th place would boost his confidence slightly. But yeah, he needs to get back on top of things, because Red Bull, we know, they are not going to just wait around way too long for a driver that is clearly not up to the standard. But yeah, with Verstappen, like I said, I think he'll easily win. With Sergio Perez, because he's still lacking the confidence, I don't think he's going to come through the field very quickly. And I think he'll finish in 8th place and be stuck in a train behind the 2 Ferraris, because the Ferraris are very quick in a straight line. And I just don't think Perez really has the pace at the minute to be, you know, easily passing the Ferraris on the track. So, yeah, I think Perez will finish in 8th place. Still not the worst result in the world for Red Bull, because they're still going to win the race. But, Perez needs to be finishing absolutely on the podium at the minute. There is no excuses for not finishing on the podium in this car. The Red Bull car is by far the best car on the grid. It's not even up for debate. So he needs to get going, because, like I said, Red Bull, they will not wait around for him. We'll move on to the more interesting teams to talk about, though. Ferrari, what a disaster yet again. Charles Leclerc in Q2 firstly complained that Ferrari did not respond to his calls to move to dry tyres earlier, which, I mean, yeah, Ferrari are to blame for that, but once he went on to dry tyres, he didn't do good enough laps, so they have to share the blame. I've seen lots of blame being thrown about on social media about who got it wrong, and a lot of people treating it like a either-or situation. Not an either-or situation, but like a, I've seen a lot of people on social media treating it like there is only one person or team or whoever to blame, when, as far as I'm concerned, from what I saw yesterday, clearly it was both the team and the driver that got it wrong yesterday. And Leclerc, continues his very poor form. Obviously in Spain, had a shocking race, qualifying 19th and finishing in 11th. And the issues there was setup of the car rather than anything broken on the car. And here, I mean, the thing with Leclerc we have to remember as well is that if you look at this weekend so far, he's not really been that quick. I mean, Carlos Sainz was quicker than him by, I think, a 10th or 2 in practice 2. Sainz, until he crashed in practice 3, was quicker than him. And then obviously in qualifying was quicker than him. So Leclerc all weekend really has just not been on the pace that he should be on. And at the minute is performing poorly. And I don't think that his performances is down to, is down to bad luck or stuff like that necessarily. I mean, he has had some bad luck this season, that is without a doubt. But I think he just doesn't like the way this car handles. And I think it's been an issue, really, since the start of the season. It just doesn't suit his needs as much as it suits maybe Carlos Sainz. And that is something we have heard, since the start of the season, that it is a bit more of an understeery car, which does suit Carlos Sainz's driving style more, supposedly. And yeah, it's been an issue since the start of the season, and that's why Carlos Sainz is ahead of him in the championship. Not just because Leclerc's had some bad luck, but also Leclerc's just not been consistent because he's not been happy with the way the car's been. Leclerc, though, should still get on with the car better. I'm not going to use it as an excuse for why, actually he's not been that bad this season. I don't think he's been as bad this season, Leclerc, as people would make out, but he's definitely been nowhere near as good as he was last year. That is for sure. And he needs to try and work with his team and his engineers to try and get this car better suited to his needs, because at the minute, looks like he is only sinking in 2023 with his confidence, his speed, and maybe even down the championship standings. He is currently in 7th, but who's to say he won't drop even further? For Carlos Sainz, like I said earlier, could probably think himself lucky that he was only given a 3-place penalty, because what he did blocking Gasly was so bad. Wasn't totally his fault, but yeah, definitely deserved a penalty for that, as he destroyed Gasly's qualifying there. But even when he progressed through to Q2, into Q3, never really looked that quick and ended up only 8th quickest in Q3. And that's why Ferrari, with Sainz's penalty, are starting 10th and 11th, smack bang in the middle of the field. And realistically, given their dry pace, I don't really see where they can finish today, which would make them, very happy or that satisfied even, with the result. My prediction for them is 6th and 7th. I think that's realistically the best they can hope for. Knowing this team, it's going to be a chaotic race for them. I really hope it isn't, but knowing them, it will probably be, again, a chaotic race, a disaster class, as I like to call it sometimes. As just looking at the live Sky F1 broadcast, by the way, at the minute, of the track. And yeah, dry weather. But there are some blue patches in the sky appearing, so it looks like the sun is progressively coming out more and more. But yeah, for Ferrari, I just don't see what type of result they could get, which would be a real positive for them. 6th and 7th is what I'm going for. They will benefit from Perez having just no speed or confidence in the Red Bull to get that result, and I don't think they'll be quick enough to come back from 10th and 11th to beat the Alpine of Esteban Ocon. Of course, Ocon in much better form, really, than both Ferrari drivers. And an Alpine performing better than Ferrari and getting a lot more out of their package in 2023, I think, than Ferrari have been. That's not to say Alpine are quicker, but I think Alpine have delivered more so the results they should have, given their performance of their car, more so than Ferrari have. So, yeah, 6th and 7th for them. As I said on Thursday, Ferrari just need to give up with this year and focus all their efforts on next year, because there is literally nothing to gain from this year. I know they'll have a bit more wind tunnel time compared to Red Bull. I think 10% extra wind tunnel time than they had in the first half of this season, once the ATR wind tunnel thing, resets on June the 30th. Again, I know they'll have an extra 10%, but this team won't make anything. They're not going to make any gains with that. It's just not going to happen. So, like I said, just save up your money and focus it on next year's car, because this car is fundamentally broken. It's just a bad car, and it's why, you know, we've got 2 Ferrari drivers who are not really performing consistently well. Let's go on to a much more positive team at the minute, which is Mercedes-Benz. Before I go on to them, though, let me just read out super chat from Turbo GSI for $5, who says, thank you for another race stream, Chaz. Any thoughts on the Sky rumours of Paulie di Resta replacing Lance Pump My Sister Stroll at Aston? I haven't heard that rumour. Then again, I've not heard the rumour of Lance pumping his sister, but yeah, cheers for that super chat. Just make sure to not go a bit too overboard with your comments, but yeah, cheers for that. Anyway, Mercedes-Benz, not the best they were hoping for, given I think they were looking more so forward to wet conditions, Mercedes, and maybe cause a shock and maybe get a surprise pole position even in qualifying yesterday. But yeah, third and fourth on the grid because of Hülkenberg's penalty. That's you know, a really good place to start from. I mean, I didn't think coming into the weekend they would be that high on the grid. Even after practice 2, where they were first and second, I still didn't think they were going to be, you know, that high on the grid with both cars. So that is a very positive result. And if they do have really fantastic race pace like they did in Spain, of course a much different track, so it's not exactly very likely that is going to be the case, but if they can replicate that pace from Spain, they've got a great chance of another second and third place finish. But even if they finish in third and fourth, which is my prediction, they'll still pull away from Aston Martin by a few points in the championship and further secure second place in the championship, which at the minute, given how Stroll is performing for Aston Martin and how Mercedes' car is improving, I think Mercedes are pretty likely to finish second this year in the championship, which would be progress on last year and would show a clear progression from them, even compared obviously to the start of the season. So yeah, Mercedes, they look good, third and fourth on the grid. I think that's where they finish. I don't think they can beat Alonso today, because I just think the Aston Martin, with its race pace, is just a tad quicker. And Alonso is back to top form, which he wasn't quite at his home race 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I think third and fourth it'll be for Mercedes. Hamilton will be on the podium yet again. And yeah, that'll be another good result for them as they continue to score big points after this massive upgrade they've had. And I think with Mercedes, I'm more so just looking forward to what they bring upgrade-wise at their, really, what is their home race on the calendar, the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, because I think if they can bring another big upgrade there, I could really see them making some serious progress on Red Bull. Another super chat from Turbo GSR for $5 says, Chazza, a real G. I fell asleep yesterday after quali. Did Sainz get a penalty? Yeah. 3-place penalty. And he'll start in 11th place. But, yeah, Mercedes looking good. And even if they can't beat Aston Martin with Alonso, they should still score a lot of points today. And talking of Aston Martin, let's go on to them now. Well, we'll start with Fernando Alonso, because we'll be able to get done with him a lot quicker. Of course, he performed very well in qualifying. Third in qualifying, second on the grid, of course, because of Hülkenberg's penalty. Exactly where he started last year's race, and obviously has a much faster car this time to try and secure a podium. And I think he definitely finishes on the podium, even if Hamilton behind proves to be too quick. I still think he'll be able to secure a podium for Aston Martin. Reason I think he finishes second is because the long run pace on Friday that was held in the dry, Alonso was the quickest driver in the field, with his average pace. So I think he will finish in second place. And I think as long as Aston Martin don't, as long as they're not too naive on the strategy and they don't wait too long to pit Fernando, or they, pit him too early, if they just do a reasonable strategy for today's race, then he should finish, I think, in second place for Aston Martin. I will get onto strategy, by the way, in a second. Let me just talk about Lance Stroll, though, quickly, who qualified 13th and will start 16th because he impeded another driver. He was horrendous yesterday. Almost got knocked out of Q1, never mind getting knocked out in Q2. He could have easily been 17th or 18th on the grid, but just about made it through. But never looked quick. He's never looked quick at all this weekend. In the dry practice too, he was 9th. And Alonso was up in, 4th place, and a few tenths of a second quicker. So, yeah, Stroll has been, quite horrendous this weekend. I think, really, the reason I've gone with him to finish in P10 is purely because the Aston Martin is so quick, not because Stroll's got any pace. But he has got to step up, because Aston Martin's car is good enough to finish second in the championship, but they need 2 drivers consistently scoring good points. Stroll is not doing that. He's not even close to doing that. Really, except for the Spanish Grand Prix a couple weeks ago, since the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, Stroll has been pretty bad. He finished, 7th in Baku, didn't score any points in Miami, no points in Monaco, and then finished, 6th in Spain. That's a pretty poor return in what is a very good car that should be scoring at least, I think, 10 points per race weekend. And he's only scored, out of those 4 race weekends, 14 points when he should have been scoring, 40 plus. So, yeah, horrendous from Stroll. And I don't see it getting much better in the race today. Clearly, despite it being his home race, he is not a bit extra quicker with the home crowd behind him. It just has truly horrendous pace, and I don't really see it getting that much better really in the next couple races. He's just a very inconsistent driver, and I think with Stroll, because he's 24 years old now. Not sure if he turns 25 later this year. Let me just check if he does. And he does. He turns 25 on the 29th of October. I think this is just who Lance is. He is, I don't think, really going to get any better. He is, most of the time, quick in the races, very inconsistent in qualifying. A lot of the time it's just way too slow. But overall, when you look at his qualifying and race results and combine it all, he is a very inconsistent driver. And if you want to be a serious Formula One team and secure, really big, high positions in the championship, you can't have him in your team because he's too inconsistent. I mean, if Red Bull, for example, had Stroll in their team, I know Perez has been performing poorly as of late, but if they had Stroll instead, I'm not even sure Stroll would be second in the championship for Red Bull because, again, of that inconsistency, where one weekend he'll be really on it, really quick, and then the next weekend he will be one of the worst drivers in the field. There is no middle ground with this guy. So, and I saw a comment in my chat yesterday about how, the board members of Aston Martin, surely, and investors as well, sponsors, people like that, surely will put pressure on Lawrence Stroll to replace his son with a better driver, which, I mean, they're in the right for doing that, because if they want to, have Aston Martin in a better position, then they have to get rid of Lance Stroll. But, it's his dad owning and running the team, and he's always going to be in that car probably. Lance would have to be so bad to the point where Lawrence would have no choice but to, I don't know, shift him to a reserve driver role or, do a deal with another team to make sure he's still on the grid. And he would have to continue these results, Stroll, really until the end of the season to possibly force his seat to become vacant for another driver. And I've heard people say this in the past, and I think they're bang on when they say this. If Lawrence Stroll is that serious about putting Aston Martin into a position where they're winning the World Championship, not just the drivers, but the Constructors' Championship, then he needs to drop Lance Stroll, because there are a lot of drivers out there that are way better than Stroll. And not just way better, some drivers are not that much better, but they're at least more consistent. Let me just read out another super chat from Turbo for now $10. Any truth to the rumours on Sky that Paulie Di Resta be named as new team principal and head strategist at Ferrari? Also, the Stroll was highly distracted during quali due to... Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not going to read that. Cheers for the super chat, though. Yeah, so we'll see how Stroll gets on for the rest of the season, but it's definitely something that needs to be considered by Lawrence Stroll if he really wants to win a world championship in the future. Because, of course, what he cares about is winning constructors' titles. The only people that care about winning the drivers' titles are the drivers themselves. And, obviously, the engineers of those drivers. But before we move on to the rest of the teams, obviously we've got one more front-running team to get onto, which is Alpine. One thing I want to quickly cover is strategy. Because Pirelli have released their... They've released their predicted quickest strategy for the race today. And I just want to go through it quickly. So according to Pirelli, the quickest strategy today is a two-stopper, which is to start on the medium and then pit between lap 15 and 22, then go on to a set of hard tyres, then pit again between lap 40 to 48, and then finish on another set of hard compound tyres. But they do say that either a one or a two-stop is a viable strategy today, and the quickest one-stop strategy, according to them, is to start on the hard tyre, pit between lap 43 and 50, and then finish up on a set of mediums. So the race today is going to be very interesting on strategy in terms of who decides to do what. The thing with the two-stop, though, is they say, the quickest way is to use two set of hard tyres. Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz don't have two sets of hard tyres. They only have one set of hard tyres. They do, though, those four drivers have two sets of mediums. So maybe they'll do medium, medium, hard, medium, medium, hard, medium, medium, something like that. But yeah, they don't have two sets of mediums. And also Lando Norris does not have... only has one set of hard tyres, and everybody else has two sets of hard tyres. So it'd be interesting to see whether maybe Mercedes or Ferrari decide to do a one-stop race. And yeah, in terms of the race today, I think most people will be doing a two-stop race, but the drivers I think to look out for doing a one-stopper, the drivers that I think probably should do a one-stop race, Sergio Perez, I think it'd be best if he did a one-stop strategy. I think that'd probably be the best thing for him. If we just go back onto him. Yeah, it'd be the best thing for him to get the best result, because we know he's good on his tyres. We know the Red Bull is good on its tyres. And if he can go, lap, say, and if he can go into, say, lap 45, lap 50, until he makes his first pit stop, which would presumably be for a set of mediums, then he is going to be so quick at the end. It might be the quickest car on the track with the fresher and softer tyres, and that would be ideal for making his way past, cars that are pretty hard to overtake, whether it's because of, great straight line speed or just great pace in general. So for Perez, I would do a one-stop strategy with him. With Ferrari, I don't think it's possible for them to do a one-stop race because they can't look after their tyres well enough. So I think a two-stopper for them is the best thing to do. And they'll probably do, like a medium, hard strategy and just be as aggressive as they can. But they're not going to get that far with it because, again, they don't look after their tyres well. With Mercedes, hard to say. I mean, they've got two drivers who can look after their tyres well. Their car is kinder than others on its tyres. And of course, they only have one set of hard tyres. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a possibility that we could see a one-stop race for a Mercedes driver. And maybe what they'll do to maybe finish in second place and give themselves the best chance to finish in second, maybe they'll split their strategy and put, Hamilton on a two-stop and Russell on a one-stop. That might be a possibility to try and attack Fernando from both angles. We'll see, of course, at the start of the race who decides to start on what tyre, because the entire field, of course, can start on the start of the race on whatever tyre compound they want to. And for Aston Martin, of course, we know that they are very gentle on their tyres. They probably managed their tyres, to be honest, the best out of anyone in the field. The only team that could come close to them is probably Red Bull. The thing with Alonso, though, is I can only see him doing a one-stop strategy if he's not that far behind Verstappen, and maybe they think that they could, fight with Verstappen to a certain extent. But if things play out how I think it will, then I don't think he will be really fighting with Verstappen. So I think Alonso will probably just do a two-stop race, probably do a long first stint, and go until, I don't know, lap 25, lap 30 if he starts on the mediums, and then he'll have fresher tyres really for the rest of the race. For Stroll, I think he probably will be on a one-stop strategy because he's starting down in 16th place. So yeah, it's going to be interesting on strategy to see just who goes for what. And just like we had in Spain, going to be lots of different tyres, lots of different strategies, people on fresher tyres, people on softer tyres, harder tyres. It's going to make the race definitely interesting from that aspect. So, yeah. Laurie Rastogi wasn't overtaking quite hard last year here. I wouldn't say so. It's hard if there's a DRS train for sure, but if there's not, it is pretty easy to overtake because you've got 3 DRS zones and lots of straights, and these cars can follow quite well. So, yeah. And that's another thing to obviously factor in is if you're doing a 2-stop or even maybe if you go for a wild, 3-stop strategy, because it's a lot easier to overtake here than other tracks, that benefits pitting more times than other drivers. Because the number one reason why it is bad to pit an extra time than most others is because of traffic. Because you have to pit too early, come out in traffic, fight your way through it, burn your tyres up, all of that. But if it's a lot easier to overtake, then that isn't much of an issue. That's, of course, why in Monaco we don't see 2-stop races, but we'll see 2-stop races in Bahrain, where there is so many places you can overtake. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see on strategy just who goes for what. And I think we could see pretty much every team and driver doing a different type of strategy, and that will make for an interesting race without a doubt. Right. I think we'll move on now to Alpine, and then I'll come to you guys in the chat before we go through the midfield teams and read out some of your comments, as we are just over an hour to go until the race starts. It's absolutely flown by the first hour of this stream. Alpine, Esteban Ocon, let's switch on to him. He starts in 6th place. Good lap. Maybe could have done slightly better, maybe, but he did do his lap that put him up to 6th place right before the red flag came out. So it was a great effort by Esteban. And given that you've got 2 Ferraris behind him on the grid, Perez behind him, Stroll behind him, obviously his teammate way behind him, I think Ocon has got a very good chance of finishing in the top 5 here today. And that's why I think he will finish in 5th, because I don't think Ferrari will be quick enough to come back from 10th and 11th and beat him. I think Alpine will have about the same pace, if not be maybe a tad quicker than the Ferrari team. Perez, we know, has been pretty slow this weekend and is struggling. Lance Stroll is starting very far back, 10 places back from where Ocon is. And really the key for Ocon is, if I just go back to him again, the key is for him to pass Nico Hülkenberg as quickly as possible, because Hülkenberg is going to hold up a lot of people in the first stint of the race because the Haas will be very slow in this race today. So if he gets past him on the first lap and then Hülkenberg can have like a train of cars behind him and that can allow Esteban to pull away, that is ideal, because then Ocon can build a healthy gap to the rest of the field, and then Alpine have more room and more breathing space to go for a good strategy for him, which would see him, comfortably maybe hold on to 5th place. So, yeah, pass Hülkenberg immediately, and he should be absolutely fine. And yeah, I think he will finish in 5th place, because Alpine, in the end, I think they do have maybe not as good pace as I thought they would have for this weekend, but still good, good enough to get a good result. And for Pierre Gasly, we'll just go on to him. Yeah, he was screwed so hard in qualifying. He was on a good lap. He was going to easily get into Q2, and then came to the final chicane, and Carlos Sainz was parked in the track and had to go to the escape road. Went absolutely mental on the radio, as he should, because it was really dangerous what Carlos did. And eventually was eliminated in Q1 in 17th place. Will thankfully start 15th because of penalties for Stroll and Tsunoda, which at least helps. But yeah, I feel sorry for him, because I'm not saying he would have had like a really great result yesterday, but I think he probably would have been maybe just inside the top 10, maybe just outside the top 10, which would have been a much better position for him to score a couple points at a racetrack where he's never really had, much success. I don't think he's ever scored I think the only race he scored points here was 2019 for Red Bull, and that race he was absolutely horrendous, finishing down in 8th place for the Red Bull team. So yeah, I think the reason Gasly doesn't finish in the points is because he's just too far back on the grid, and there's too many obstacles in the way for him to fight his way past. Obviously, you've got Stroll just behind him. Stroll will beat him because the Aston Martin is a lot quicker. And then obviously he's got the 2 Ferraris and the Red Bull of Perez ahead of him. He's not going to beat them. I think they'll be too quick. And by the time we get to the end of the race, what you're going to have, if it plays out the race exactly like I think it will, I think Albon will be in 9th, just holding off Lance Stroll for P10, and I think that's how it'll finish there. And probably Pierre Gasly will be like a few seconds back in 11th, and might even be catching those two, but just will run out of time to be able to finish in the top 10. Definitely still a decent chance, though, to finish in the points if Alpine do go for if they go for an aggressive strategy. And I think, honestly, for Gasly, if I was Alpine, I would probably start him on the soft compound tyre, given that he, is starting a lot lower on the grid than what you call it, than he would have started. You could definitely argue he would have started in the top 10 in that Alpine. I would start him on the soft tyre, do, 5 to 8 laps on that tyre, and then pit really early for a set of hard tyres, and then try and undercut past loads of drivers, and then he can push his way then into the top 10 and properly get into the race. That's the best way for Gasly to get a point today, is if Alpine do a super aggressive strategy, because I think if he was to go super long into the race, I think he would waste too much time behind traffic and be way too far back in the end to get a point or anything like that. So yeah, that's what Alpine probably should do with Gasly if they want to get him into the points. But yeah, Ocon, I think, will finish in 5th, and that'd be a great result for Alpine. And put Ocon, I think, under 10 points behind, or about 10 points behind, rather, Leclerc, I think. Would it put it in 10 points behind? No, it wouldn't. It put him about, I don't know, 15 points behind or something, which isn't too far. But yeah, those are all the top teams. Of course, I'll get onto the midfield soon enough. Just want to come to you guys in the chat and read out what you guys have to say. Reminder again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. And I will be live tomorrow night at 8 PM UK time to do a weekend review of the Canadian Grand Prix and maybe some other talking points as well. So make sure to join me for that. And as well, for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button. We're currently on 43 likes. Let's try and get over 50 if we can in the next, say, 10 minutes or so. And as well, there is a poll running in the chat where I have asked you guys who is most likely to finish on the podium today in Canada. And the options are Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, and Perez. Let me know who you think is more likely to grab the podium. We've had quite a few votes so far. But yeah, I'll leave that poll up probably for another 45 minutes. And then finish it up and see what you guys have voted for overall. But let's read out some of the best comments in chat. And then we'll get to the rest of the teams. Dylan Forrest still says, if it's dry, I do agree. Maybe Perez a bit higher. If it's wet, top three I think will be the same, but the rest is a mystery. Extreme Gaming, do you think there will be any safety cars to spice up the race? It is a common occurrence, safety cars in Montreal, so yeah, probably. I could see it most likely though being on the first lap. I don't think. I think it's a lot less likely if it was like midway through the race. I think definitely a first lap safety car is very possible. Silverback's gone with their prediction for the race, which is Max, Perez, Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Sainz, Leclerc, Ocon. Paul Squibb says Max aside, this lineup looks like it might create an interesting race, particularly with Alonso, Ocon, the Ferraris and the Mercedes fighting for 2nd to 6th places. Yeah, after Max, it should be a really competitive race. And kind of like what we saw in Spain, where it was really competitive the whole way through. Finster says, I feel Ocon is hit or miss. He has good moments and not so good moments. I know timing them is key. Not sure why he does, though. Well, you know, it goes to that point that I was making a few days ago. I think it was a couple days ago about, you know, why Esteban is not on that top level of drivers and is still, you know, a midfield driver is because, you know, half the time, yeah, he will be really good, producing really the best that can be got out of the Alpine car. But then he'll have, you know, a load of weekends where he's not really on the pace. And that's what you have to come to expect, not just from drivers like Ocon, but even Perez. But even despite, you know, that with Perez, I still think he should be performing a lot better. You know, he's not made Perez Q3 since Miami. That's unforgivable in that car. It really is. Right, let's find some other comments here. Extreme Gaming says, as a Ferrari fan, qualifying was a shambles. Shambles is an understatement as a Ferrari fan. Paul Scribb says, as far as Ferrari go, it could have been worse. True, it could have been worse. I mean, they could have. What could they have done? One thing they could have done is just not bothered going to the soft tyre at all and just stayed on the Inter, and then they would have ended up, you know, with Leclerc down in like 15th rather than 11th. Mickey says, I think the start will be carnage, at least 2 cars out. And also says, I don't see Stroll even being taken out of his seat ever. Yeah, I still think it's very unlikely, but I think there's definitely a possibility that, you know, board members, investors, sponsors will definitely apply pressure because it is a weak point for Aston Martin right now. Mickey also saying, I think the Mercs will jump Alonso in the pits. Sainz penalty deserved for impeding Gasly, says Extreme Gaming. Yeah. And as I said earlier, could have easily been like a 10-place penalty for how bad it was. Yeah, Hulkenberg got a penalty. A 3-place penalty for speeding under red flags. Just trying to see if we can find anything on Twitter quickly. See if there's any news popping about. And no, don't think I can see anything at the minute. Hello to Tamelo from Botswana. Great to see you. Drew Blank Music says, good day, Chazza. Good day to you. Just tuning in. How did Hulkenberg get demoted? Yeah, it was because of the red flag infringement that he did. Paul Squibb says, can't Daddy Stroll promote him to team mascot or ambassador or something? I mean, if he was to drop him and no other F1 team was to take him, I think he would definitely be then the reserve driver. And then, you know, if they ever got sick of whoever was in the car, who was, you know, a replacement, then they would obviously throw him in at the first port of call. But, yeah, Stroll so far this season has been really poor. I think he's not really been on the pace whatsoever. Turbo saying Ferrari will go with elite strat and go scrubbed inters to start the race. To be fair, scrubbed inters, I mean, it would make it more like a slick tyre. So, you know, that might not be a bad strategy there that you just called out. Extreme Gaming, if you put Albon in the Aston along with Alonso, then for sure they'd be ahead of Mercedes-Benz right now, or fighting them more closely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Albon has been, this season, not every race, but a lot of the time he's been really good. His pace has been very good in that Williams. The thing is, though, it's not like, if they, let's say they actually replace Stroll and they wanted to replace him with someone who wasn't like a top driver, but just a solid and a lot more consistently midfield number 2 driver to Alonso, there's so many options they could go for. I mean, Ocon, I know obviously Alonso wouldn't be a fan of having Ocon as a teammate again, but, you know, that would be a much better option. Albon, as you said. Hulkenberg would be a good option because he's been very consistent this season. I mean, even a driver like Oscar Piastri at McLaren, who I wouldn't say is, I mean, it's hard to say really at the minute how good Piastri is in Formula 1 because he's in a car that's pretty shit. But I think Piastri has had a very good season so far. And talent-wise, Piastri, I think, is talented enough to be a top Formula 1 driver and definitely be better than just a midfield driver like an Ocon or a Gasly. But at the minute, yeah, it's hard to say really how good Piastri is. But yeah, you've got, Albon, Ocon, Gasly even. Gasly would be, you know, at least a lot quicker than Stroll. Maybe not more consistent, but would be a lot quicker. Who else do you have? Who else did I mention? Hulkenberg. I mean, even Magnussen. Again, Magnussen's not the most consistent, but he's a lot quicker than Lance and would, you know, be delivering a lot more on the potential of the car. So there's so many options they could go for, and they could, you know, they could go either two ways. They could either go for someone who's a midfield type driver, like a Ocon, Gasly, Albon type driver, to play the number 2 driver role to Alonso, or they could just go and get the best driver possible, which would be like a Charles Leclerc or Lando Norris. There's so many options they could go for. But we'll see, again, how serious Lawrence is. Paul Paul Squibb says Ferrari putting a different tyre on each wheel just because it's different from what everyone else does. And also Paul Squibb saying, or asking rather, are the cars more reliable this season? I feel like there are less DNFs. That's really been just a hallmark of the last few years. We've had lots of races in the last few years where we've had no retirements at all. I don't think it's exclusive to this season. I think it's just, yeah, at the minute, reliability is really good. KG says, I don't know, man. I don't see Max not winning unless there's some sort of mechanical failure. True. He's way too good at the minute in a car that's way too good. Good to see Rooksfoot in the chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you're having a good time. Dylan Forrestal says Stroll Perez swap. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Will we get any red flags this race? Asks Mickey. Hopefully not. I mean, considering it's going to be a dry race, it's probably going to, be a pretty simple race in terms of like yellow flags, safety cars, stuff like that. So, I mean, I was surprised after the Spanish Grand Prix when people rightfully made the point that there was not even a yellow flag during the Spanish Grand Prix, and everyone finished the race. So, yeah, it should be fine. But you never know. Canada is weird. We've had dry races here where not that many cars have finished because they keep hitting the wall, hitting each other. I think the most recent race here in Canada that was dry, where not that many cars finished, I think was 2005, where I think we only had like 8 or 9 cars finish out of like 20. Let me just check. That was obviously back in the season where you weren't allowed to put fresh tyres on during the race. You had to do a whole race on the same set. You had 11 cars finish, but the final 2 drivers in that 05 race were 3 laps down. So, yeah. It's, as well, it is a track that really can break the cars. Really hard on the brakes. We've seen so many brake problems for drivers here in the past. Engine failures and issues, obviously, because there's a lot of straights here, so it is quite hard on the cars, this track. I'd be very surprised if we went through an entire Canadian Grand Prix without retirement. Paul Squibb says, who's not quicker or more consistent than Stroll? That's bloody hell, it's absolutely pissing down outside my house right now. Welcome relief, given how hot and humid it's been the last 6 or 7 weeks. We barely had any rain. The only drivers, really, I can think of are probably like Logan Sargent, but we haven't really seen, to be honest with Logan, like legitimately how good he is. So it's hard to say, really, with Logan, like, is he better than Stroll, and where does Logan rank, really, with the whole grid? Because I don't think Logan really has had enough races to prove his true quality. And then, except for him, Zhou Guanyu probably is another driver you could say is probably not, maybe not quicker or more consistent than Stroll. As thankfully, well, not thankfully, because of the rain, my skybox at the minute has lost signal, which is just perfect. Perfect timing. Starts absolutely pissing down, and then my skybox loses signal. I have had this happen before though because of rain, so hopefully it'll come back in a couple minutes' time once the rain calms down. But it is really heavy outside, I have to say. Scarily heavy outside. You might actually be able to hear it in the background as I talk. It is, yeah, really heavy rain. But hopefully it'll come back in the next 45 minutes. So yeah, there's not that many drivers who are worse than Stroll, put it that way. Hello to Aline in the chat. Good to see you. And I think I'll, at this point, with 45 minutes to go until the race, move on until, or move on to the rest of the teams, because obviously I've not talked about the rest of the teams yet. I'll move on to them as we build up to the race. And of course, I will let you guys know about the, if I get my signal back for Sky F1. Sky Sports News is working just fine. And yeah, other channels are working fine. So let me check it now. No, it's working fine now, so it is come back, thankfully. But yeah. Let's go on to the rest of the teams. And I think what is it? What is it? I think, yeah, in like 10 minutes, or maybe a bit longer, we'll have Nib joining me on stream. But anyway, let's get through the rest of these teams quickly before we go any further. The McLaren, obviously a great qualifying, 7th and 9th. What do you call it? Yeah, Piastri obviously crashed in the middle of Q3. That was basically the end of qualifying, because after that it rained too hard. With Sainz's penalty, though, 4th row lockout. That is pretty much the best they could have hoped for in wet conditions, so I don't think we can really criticise McLaren at all. Both drivers were really good, I thought, in qualifying. And even despite him crashing, if I can go on to him. Yeah, here you go. Despite him crashing, I thought Oscar Piastri was really, really good in qualifying, and I thought was one of the drivers of the day. And the reason I say that, because this weekend is his first ever Grand Prix at this track, and he was consistently close to his teammate through qualifying and practice. Actually was quicker than him in practice 2 and practice 3. And is, starting 8th in a car that's, not that good at the minute. So I think, to be honest, that is, one of the drives of the day. Qualifying yesterday, one of the best performances we've seen. So really well done to him for that performance, because that really came out of nowhere. Did not expect him at all to get anywhere near Q3, to be honest. And yeah, did such a great job. We'll see whether he can grab anything from this race. But with McLaren, there's not really much to say on them, because I just don't think they're going to finish in the points. If it's a dry race, which it looks like it's going to be, they are going to struggle a lot. Obviously, the 2 Ferraris, the Red Bull of Perez and the Aston Martin of Stroll behind, will be a lot quicker and will pass the McLarens eventually at some point during the race. Maybe even the Alpine of Pierre Gasly as well. The reason McLaren are not quick here is because, again, down the straights, they are way too slow. In the first sector, their speed is pretty good for a midfield team. They're probably like the 5th or 6th best team through the first sector. But in the middle and final sector, they're just not really close to the teams that will be finishing in the points. So, yeah, McLaren, I think, will miss out. They'll probably finish in like 11th, 12th, 13th place, probably at best, I think. Which wouldn't be the worst result in the world, because I don't think realistically in the drive they can get better than that. And if they're going to finish in the points, it's either going to be due to luck, a really brilliant strategy, or enough retirements, which is basically to do with luck as well. So yeah, I just don't see McLaren in the points. They're just not quick enough, unfortunately, in the dry around this sort of track. But thankfully, their massive upgrade, which is a completely new car, coming at the British Grand Prix, I believe, at Silverstone, not too far away, and it should change their fortunes quite a bit, and see McLaren possibly join teams like Alpine, Aston Martin, Mercedes and Ferrari as a front-running Formula 1 team. Really hope that upgrade goes well for them, because if it does, going to just make 2023 even more exciting, as Fernando Alonso currently being wheeled onto the starting grid. Let's move on to the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo were absolutely shit. Zhou Guanyu had an engine issue in the early part of Q1. Not sure if that affected him again for the rest of Q1. I think it probably did to a certain extent because he qualified in last place and will start in last. But to be honest, he was always really slow this weekend, was way off his teammate in practice. And obviously with Bottas only qualifying 15th, Zhou was never going to get into Q2 with his pace this weekend. So yeah, Zhou starts at the back and Valtteri Bottas starts in 14th because of a couple penalties out there for certain drivers. I don't see Alfa Romeo getting anything. They're just not quick enough around this track to finish in the points. Simple as that. Haas F1... Great day for Hülkenberg, second in qualifying, despite the penalty, still fifth on the grid, which is a great result from him. He's been so good this season in qualifying and just in general has been really good. But again, Haas cannot look after their tyres and their race pace looks diabolical this weekend in the dry. So Hülkenberg has no chance of finishing in the points and he will be quickly falling down the field. To be honest, I can see Haas pitting him pretty early for a new set of tyres to try and combat that. But yeah, he has no chance of finishing the points. Haas are, looking at the long run pace from Friday, Haas are the slowest team by far. So yeah, Hülkenberg has no way of finishing the points. And Kevin Magnussen 13th, also no way of finishing the points. And Magnussen quite possibly might finish back in last place if Haas are truly that slow. So yeah. Despite a great qualifying, Haas sadly will have nothing in the race to show for it. AlphaTauri, they're 17th and 19th on the grid. De Vries starts 17th, Tsunoda 19th. Of course, Tsunoda has a 3-place penalty. That's why he's starting in 19th, not in 16th place or 15th place, where he was about in qualifying. And yeah, obviously it was a terrible qualifying for them. Really disappointing because I thought in wet conditions they would be pretty quick and maybe quick enough to end up in the top 10. And that would have given them a great chance of finishing the points because their race pace on Friday was one of the best out of any team on the grid. So yeah, very disappointing they didn't get the grid position to deliver on that pace. Tsunoda, though, will fly up the field and probably finish in around, 12th or 13th place. Something like that. Maybe even spring a surprise and end up somehow in the top 10. But yeah, because of their poor grid position, despite that really good long-run pace, they can't utilise it. So I don't think they will finish in the points. But they won't be too far away. And if there is, a safety car at the right time and anything like that, they might be able to benefit somehow that way. And finally, it's Williams. Alex Albon, did definitely benefit from, choosing the right tyres at the right time in Q2 to end up quickest in Q2 and get himself into Q3. But, Williams went with that tyre. It was the right decision. And Albon delivered a brilliant lap to end up quickest and get himself into Q3. So brilliant from him. And I think coming into this race, I think the Williams has definitely got the pace to finish in the points. Albon starts in P9. Remember, Albon is the only Williams driver running the massively updated Williams car and Williams package. And yeah, I think he beats the two McLarens because the Williams is a lot better suited to this track. Will beat Hülkenberg because the Williams is a lot quicker in the dry. And I think we'll be able to hold off the likes of Lance Stroll and Pierre Gasly because the Williams does have good pace and especially good enough straight line speed to keep themselves ahead long enough of faster cars. So yeah, I think Albon will finish in P9. And if he does finish in P9, as I said earlier, he'll take Williams off the bottom of the championship, which is what they deserve because they have been, I think, very good this season, despite being in last, and I don't think they deserve to be in last because I don't think they've really been, say, the worst team on the grid. There's been a couple races here or there where they've been the slowest team, but there's been a lot of weekends where they've been, definitely not the slowest team and been quicker quite a few times than teams like Alfa Romeo and even Haas, yet they're behind in the championship. So yeah, it'll be good to see Williams score points today and make progress on the teams ahead of them. But those guys are all of the teams, and I think I'll just delete some things here, as we are just over half an hour away until the race starts. And in a moment, I am going to post the link of the stream out a couple times just to bring some more people on, obviously, to view. So, yeah, I'll do that in a second. And I'll get to more comments from you guys in the chat in just a second as well. Let me just hide that countdown because I also want to get rid of these graphics because it will just make the stream run quicker. And of course, that's another thing. If you guys were wondering, and let's not go on to that yet. Yeah, I have not been able to buy a new PC yet. Because I just can't afford to at the minute. So I don't have a new PC. I will definitely be getting one though in the next probably 3 months. So I will have a new PC soon. But won't be coming unfortunately until probably the middle of September, something like that. Which will be great because be like 2 or 3 times more powerful. So yeah, we've got 34 minutes to go now until the race starts. And before I bring on Nib, let me just post the link of the stream out a couple times. And then we'll bring him on. As, just over half an hour to go. Pretty much all the cars are on the grid now. So let me just post this out. Come join us here to watch along the race in Canada. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. As Sky F1 are currently doing a safety car piece, which they tend to do once a year. Come join us here to watch along the 2023 Canadian Grand Prix. We have a Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso front row. And I'll just do a couple hashtags and then, get Discord up and bring him on. Right, that should be good enough. There you go. Right, so let me just get ready then to bring him on and just adjust some things. And obviously great for Nib to join us. Normally can't join us for the North American races, but thankfully has been able to join us today. So let me just get Discord up. And right. Right, are you there?
Hello, hello.
Right, loud and clear. How are you?
I am cold. That is how I am.
Well, how cold is it where you're at?
Well, I'd be like maybe 8 or 7 degrees outside, but I mean, be about 11 degrees inside my actual house because I can't have the heater on
right.
during the night. So, yeah, it's a bit chilly.
Yeah.
I'm sat at my desk with my beanie on, and then I've got my hoodie over the top of my beanie, and I've got my blanket with me at my desk. So I'm well wrapped up.
As you'll know, here in the UK, it's a absolutely blistering 20 degrees.
Oh,
How?
what do you mean, mate? That we only got 30 overs in the cricket today because of your shitty ass weather.
Yeah. Yeah. It just outside my window just hammered down, but it's still so humid. I was worried we're gonna have like a massive thunderstorm. Then, thankfully, we didn't, because that would have caused the whole stream to go awry. So yeah, obviously great to have you on. And yeah, for this race today, it's going to be hopefully a good race. The grid is looking quite mixed up. I guess, should we get into your thoughts from qualifying, or just your general thoughts when it comes to like the top few teams?
Well, as you'd know, I've not watched anything so far this weekend. Well, I mean, I watched like the last 5 minutes of Q3.
Yeah.
Just back on replay when I woke up this morning. But yeah, I've not been able to watch anything else because, I mean, the main priority, of course, has been the cricket, and that is why I am able to join you. Is because my sleep schedule is so cooked that but yeah, I'm awake at this time of 3:30 in the morning on a Monday morning. So yeah, I mean, Red Bull certainly did quite a good job to turn things around from FP1 and FP2, didn't they? I mean,
Yeah.
apparently they broke the curfew. Did Max's side of the garage to fix and change the setup of his car. So well done to Red Bull to get that done. Of course, Nick Hulkenberg did qualify in second, but got demoted by 3 places, which is a bit stiff. But I mean, he did literally go fastest, like I reckon within about it was maybe a second.
Yeah, it was very
before the red
close.
flag come out.
He literally crossed the line, like, yeah, maybe even half a second before it was deployed.
Yeah, so he's down in P5, and then of course we've got Alonso up in P2. So that'll be awesome off the start. And as Alonso said, Red Bull can't keep doing everything perfect every race. So there is always a chance for Fernando, but I'm not so sure it's going to be coming today. And just on Ferrari, all this hope from Friday practice.
Yeah.
You know, the best looking Friday practice of the year, and they absolutely bottled it. So, yeah, classic Ferrari. And yeah, I mean, that's really the most I've seen. Is for some reason they're showing replays back from 2016 on the Sky Pad at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to show like you know, what's possible at the start. That start was so exciting. Vettel going from third up to first in literally like a second. That probably one of the best starts I've ever seen, because he had I think like no wheel spin, and he was past Hamilton so quickly. And then
he had a lot of good starts in 2016, did Vettel?
Yeah, he had the Melbourne one where he went up into the lead from third. That was a great one as well. Another race that Ferrari absolutely bottled. I still can't. I've seen that race a couple times since, because it's quite like a mental race, an exciting race. I still can't believe they threw that away. They were easily leading that, and yeah, still can't believe they threw that away. I think it was after the red flag. They put them on a set of soft tires for some unknown reason. But yeah, Ferrari, like you said, they were going on about best Friday practice of the year, and then they've had probably, as a team, their worst qualifying of the year. So yeah, just typical Ferrari, and yeah, their season is, I mean, it's finished really. They're not going to finish higher than fourth, and if Alpine can start consistently scoring, you know, say 10 between 10 and 15 points a race, I don't think it's out of the question they can catch them before the end of the season. And Alpine have, a pretty good car. And with Ocon, at the minute, he's performing definitely better than Sainz and Leclerc. Is the Frenchman.
Everything's flowing back to me. Everything's flowing back to me now. Lol at Perez and Gasly getting absolutely dragged by Ocon again. I'm starting to remember things again.
Did you see Sainz blocking Gasly?
I did. Well, I mean, that's all that's been on F1 Twitter for the last 3 hours because of Gasly joking about it on the way to the grid.
Oh yeah, because he was behind him on the grid as well. Yeah, I saw that tweet.
Yeah.
It was horrendous. I've seen people on Twitter. I've seen people on Twitter saying it should have been like at least a 10-place penalty. It was really bad. If Gasly was, if Sainz had gone that slow, maybe a couple seconds earlier, like before you actually make the turn into the chicane, Gasly could have gone right over the top of him and flew literally into the pit lane. It could have been a horrific crash. It was so bad. And yeah, still has a penalty, but it's not really a punishment that fits the crime, I would say. But yeah, we've got, top 5 on the grid: Verstappen, Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Hulkenberg. Ferrari are in 10th and 11th. Perez is 12th. Stroll, it's been absolutely terrible this weekend and is in 16th place. Also a penalty for him for impeding. We know Verstappen's going to win, but for the battle between Alonso, Hamilton, and Russell, do you think Alonso wins that, or do you think Mercedes will be too quick for Aston Martin today, like they were in Spain?
I don't think it'll be quite. I don't think it'll be similar to Spain, to be honest, because I think that was really a really poor race by Aston Martin standards. I think they've certainly improved. I mean, they've got the upgrade package here, but I think Hamilton can beat Alonso here. I mean, it would be fantastic to see Alonso and Hamilton going at it again. Was it 2013?
Yeah.
Where they had that pretty ridiculous battle around here. So hopefully we get a repeat of that 10 years on. Christ.
Yeah, they. I think there's a popular video of that without. It's like a like a HD version of the battle for like 10 minutes without the commentary, just the sound of the cars, and it's so good. It's got hundreds of thousands of views. I can't remember what it's called exactly, but I've seen it a couple times, and yeah, it was such a good battle. And with, there's been other races as well where they've been really close to each other. I think 2012 as well.
Well, you were wrong, because it's nearly got 3 million views.
Oh, right.
15 minutes of just pure Hamilton versus Alonso.
Yeah.
2013.
It is so good.
Just getting nostalgia, sorry.
Yeah. I think the one thing I remember from that battle is what is it? Hamilton telling his engineer to shut up and I think he explained after the race because he had Alonso behind him and he needed absolutely total 100% focus because Alonso was catching him, and yeah, it was just such a great battle. And yeah, if you guys haven't seen that video, make sure to go and watch it. I'm sure it's easy to find. If you just put Alonso Hamilton Canada 2013 in on YouTube, you'll be able to find it. So yeah, my personal prediction is I think it'll be Verstappen, Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, the top 4. With lower down on the field with Sergio Perez, obviously another horrendous qualifying. Do you think, like me, that it's because Max destroyed him in Miami and now he's got no confidence, or is it something else in your opinion?
Well, it's just sort of been a downhill spiral since Melbourne, hasn't it? I mean, I don't think I've seen more mistakes on a Saturday from a driver, at a top team, that is, on that Saturday in Melbourne. It was pretty insane, but yeah, I mean, obviously he had some better results, but yeah, back to really, really poor results. And performances by Perez this season, and I think it has to be confidence at the moment. Um, he has had some very, very good races in the past, but yeah, uh, not. I certainly do expect better from Perez.
I mean, I've seen on social media people say it, and it's so true. The absolute worst he should be doing in that car is being third, say, say in a race situation. Of course, he hasn't made Q3 since Miami, hasn't been on the podium since Miami. Yeah, just horrendous, truly horrendous performance. I mean, even after Melbourne, he still bounced back and won in Baku. But yeah, I think also with his confidence, I think it also might be the case that maybe this car, despite him winning 2 races already this season, maybe this car just doesn't suit his style as much as maybe last year's car did, which we know, I think it was said in the early part of last season that the car suited Perez quite nicely, and that's why Perez started last year quite well, winning in Monaco and having much more consistent results. Because this season, he's won 2 races, he had a couple second places, but he's been all over the place with his consistency in 2023.
There was some chatter earlier in the year that the car did suit him well again this season. I mean, got to look back. He had some very, very good race pace in some of these races early on this season, but I think it just has to be confidence at this stage.
Yeah, it's the most likely thing. I mean, I was saying it yesterday. In the wet, if you're struggling with confidence, you're going to be horrendously slow. And Perez obviously was horrendously slow. He was never quick at any point in Q2. He never looked like he was likely to get into Q3, to be honest.
Yeah, and just quickly before we move on, I mean, you look back to his wet performance at Singapore last year. I mean, that's a man that can seriously drive in the wet.
Yeah.
So it just speaks once again to the confidence being the issue.
Yeah, I mean, he's had so many great wet weather performances as well. Obviously, Monaco, I know he took the lead in the dry, but that was a wet race as well. He's had loads of great wet weather performances, but yeah.
Oh, most famously, Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia.
2012, of course.
Yeah.
Even though he did bottle it.
Yeah, should have won that race. And another driver to speak on, not just about this weekend, it's a driver that Martin Brundle is currently interviewing. Lance Stroll this season has been absolutely horrendous. One of the worst performing drivers this season, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, it's not because of like a certain issue that's come up this season. I think this is just who he is. He's not a consistent driver, is Stroll. He's all over the place, and that's why Aston Martin are not going to be able to beat Mercedes in the championship, because Stroll, who knows what he's doing most weekends. Yeah, do you think this is just who Stroll is, or do you think he's just having some bad form and that he'll improve?
As we've got Martin talking to Gordon Ramsay on the grid. How fantastic. Yeah, I mean, we've been long time, I wouldn't say defenders of Stroll, but I think people have been a bit too harsh on him in the past.
Yeah.
Because his qualifying has always been horrendous, but it's been terribly exposed with Aston Martin having such a good car. And it's not like Alonso is an amazing qualifier. Alonso is a good qualifier. I mean, I think we saw last year that Ocon did a pretty good job against him in qualifying. I mean, of course, you could sit here and say, oh, but he did 240 and 0 over Stoffel Van Dorn. Yeah, well, Alonso just has not always been pure qualifying pace like a Verstappen, like a Lewis Hamilton. It's just not what he's about. So to get absolutely demolished by Alonso every single weekend is just not good enough. And I heard you talking a little bit before about it, but yeah, I mean, there will be mounting pressure on his dad to have a look at his performances from Aston Martin board members for sure, because they really should be second in the constructors.
Yeah, they've had mostly this season the second best car. It's not good enough. I mean, and the worst thing about it is that Alonso can do as well as he can. I mean, today the best he can finish is second, and he still won't. That still won't be enough for Aston Martin because Mercedes will finish third and fourth and score more points than them, and that is what is making the difference at the minute. And even despite Mercedes being really slow in the first 6 races of the season, Mercedes were still close to Aston Martin on points because Stroll was, absolutely nowhere. With Stroll, though, let's say they do decide to replace him, probably not this year, but, next year or whatever. Do you think they'll go for another top driver to have like a Hamilton-type, Russell-type lineup where you got 2 number ones in your team, or will they go for just a solid number 2 driver like a Hülkenberg, an Albon, or a Tsunoda?
Nah, I think for what Aston Martin are aspiring for in their future of Formula One, I don't think they'd go for a clear number 2 driver, would you? I think Stroll is a lot more ambitious than that.
It depends on really their attitude towards Alonso, because as Martin Brundle just interviewing Jacques Villeneuve on the grid, it depends on their attitude towards him, because I mean, we know Alonso loves the team to be completely built around him. Most teammates he's had have been a clear number 2 to him, Fisichella, Massa, Van Dorn, so on and so forth. But I think it's better from the team perspective if they went for a Charles Leclerc, for example, who's out of contract at the end of next season, or Lando Norris, because Alonso is not going to be around forever. He's probably only going to be around, max for another 5 years, maybe slightly longer, when Leclerc and Norris will be around for at least another 10 years, if not 15 or even 20 years. So, yeah, I think, looking towards the future, of course, in 2026, Aston Martin will have a works partnership with Honda, and obviously it's a lot less likely that Alonso is going to be the main driving force on the driver's side for that lineup. So, yeah, if they're going to replace Stroll, I think it's probably better they go for another top driver, just for the team's future. And then, if the 2 drivers, Alonso and Leclerc, if they don't get on that well with each other, then, you can just get rid of Fernando because of, him being over 40 years old and, built around the younger guy, and still be ultra competitive. I still really hope, talking about Charles Leclerc, I really hope he doesn't stay at Ferrari, because that team is... it's similar to Leclerc and Ferrari, and I think you'll probably agree with this. It's, for me, just like Hamilton when he was at McLaren. No matter how good he is, the team will just never deliver what they need to for him to, win races or just get the results that he should be getting. And obviously Hamilton took the leap to Mercedes, which everyone at the time said was the worst decision ever, and it turned out to be the best decision ever. I think if Leclerc moved to Aston Martin, I think it would be a good move. Are Aston Martin guaranteed to win a championship? No, but neither are Ferrari. So it wouldn't be any worse moving to Aston Martin. And at the minute, Aston Martin are better. So, yeah, do you think he should wait a bit longer before signing the new contract? I mean, I've said I think he should wait until probably this time next year, just to see if there are any openings at Aston Martin, or maybe even, if McLaren, say, are a lot better this time next year, maybe that could be an option. What do you think on that? Or do you think that he should probably just re-sign with Ferrari?
Well, it's safe to say that everything you've said over the past 3 minutes or so, I completely agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, and that's the exact sort of signing that I think Stroll could pull off, is signing a Charles Leclerc. I mean, they've already proven that they can get a top class driver with Fernando Alonso, of course. And I think that, we saw a little bit of tension between Alonso and Ocon, but I really think that was just because Ocon was doing a little bit of le terrorism on the track, So I don't think it would be a major issue if you were to pair Alonso with a Leclerc. I think Alonso's calmed down and isn't as toxic as what he was in the past. That's for sure. So I definitely think Leclerc should hold off on signing any sort of deal. And if he does sign any sort of deal, it should be at max like a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Before the start of the new regulations, and have a whole bunch of clauses in there, because Ferrari, of course, won't want to lose Leclerc, so he should, I think to safeguard his future, he should have a hell of a lot of clauses in there, to make sure that he can have a good future.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he does sign, I think definitely don't be signing, because this contract he signed it at the end of 2019. It was a very long contract. And yes, up at the end of next season. Like you said, if he signs a new contract, it shouldn't be any longer than 2 years. And with Ferrari, of course, they are desperate to keep hold of him, because if they lose him, I know they're still Ferrari and they've got, the money and they've got the pull of being Ferrari, but I'm not sure who they could probably sign that would be that great of a replacement. The only person I can think of was Lando Norris, but I'm not sure Lando would probably go to Ferrari, because I'm not sure that would really be that good of a fit, to be honest. So if they weren't to sign him, who would they sign? They'd probably just have like a Sainz and, another, midfield-like driver in that car, and it would just be a pretty bad lineup for them. So Ferrari, of course, are desperate to keep him, because if Ferrari do... yeah, possibly. Yeah. Are you talking about the... You're talking about
Antonelli.
The young kid, of course. I don't see that happening, because he's part of the Mercedes Academy. I don't think they'd let him go for anyone.
They'll find a way. He's Italian. They'll find a way.
Maybe. They'll have to come up with a lot of money, though, to get him out of that contract.
Oh, well, this is where it opens up Hamilton to Ferrari, of course. Come on.
Maybe.
That's a joke. It's a joke. I don't see that happening.
No, it won't happen. I know. The only way he's going there is if Ferrari give him like the biggest contract in the history of Formula One, and like not just the biggest, but like by far the biggest. That's the only way it's going to happen. And Hamilton would have to also have like a clause that he has total control over literally anything he does. So that Ferrari can't be like, oh, you can't post that or anything like that, because obviously they're a lot more of a political team than Mercedes are. So, it's not going to happen. Anyway, though, we've got about 7 minutes to go until the race starts. Let me just finish up this poll in the chat where I asked you guys who is most likely to finish on the podium today in Canada. And you guys have voted for Fernando Alonso with 53% of the vote, Hamilton second with 38% of the vote, Russell third on only 4% of the vote, and Perez just behind on 3% of the vote, 217 votes in total. Obviously, thank you guys for voting. I think Alonso and Hamilton are the most likely, but I'm surprised that only so few people voted for Russell, because he's also been quite quick this weekend. I mean, Mercedes, we have to remember, the last proper dry session we had was practice 2, and obviously they were first and second in practice 2. We're going to get into the race in a moment. Just want to say again before we get started, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button. We're currently on 61 likes. Let's try and get up to 75 plus if we can by the time the race starts. And yeah, just over 5 minutes away from start of the race. And there's what do you call it? Behind the red button, they've got Daniel Ricciardo and Will Arnett doing like a side commentary for the race. Which, of course, if you guys have Sky or ESPN or whatever, you can watch that. The reason they're doing that is because the NFL does it with like some really popular ex-players, and it's been very popular in America, so that's why they're doing that. And I think Ricciardo's doing it for the American Grand Prix and maybe the Vegas Grand Prix as well. I think that's what I heard. So, yeah, we'll see whether F1 fans enjoy it or not.
They've got Patrick Dempsey going on it at some stage as well today.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have as well, probably different guests later in the year. If it goes really well, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it for every race and just alternate the people on it. I could see it being quite popular, to be honest.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of funny moments just because it's Ricciardo.
Yeah.
But I mean, unless it's Ricciardo every single race, I think it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to happen, to be honest. I mean, I think it will just then eventually turn into what Stephen A. Smith does when he watches the NBA and just no one watches it. It's just him and Perk chatting absolute waffle.
Yeah, the two absolute worst pundits for basketball.
Yeah,
chatting
it's
shit.
A little bit It's a little bit different. Who's the? How have I forgotten his name?
Who's their what?
The NFL. The two brothers do it.
Oh, Peyton and Eli Manning.
Yeah, the Manning brothers. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, they can get, because just with it being a completely different sport, they can give so much more tactical insight into what's going on.
Yeah, and like what they should do and what they, because I've seen like highlights of them like face palming because the team's done the exact opposite of what they should do. Like if they did a F1, if they did like a similar one to the NBA one, it would be like, what would be like the two worst pundits you could find to do like it'd be like what, Paul di Resta and Damon Hill or something.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Literally nobody would watch it. And it would just be the worst thing you've ever set your eyes on. As F1 intro now playing. So I think I'll just get into a last couple things before we get going. Before we get into the starting grid, quick reminder of your championship standings. Max Verstappen, 63 points clear of Sergio Perez. Of course, the title race is clearly over. Fernando Alonso is in third on 99 points, only 12 clear of Lewis Hamilton in fourth. George Russell is fifth with Sainz in sixth. Leclerc seventh, Stroll eighth, Ocon ninth, and Pierre Gasly rounding out the top 10 of the driver's side in P10. And on the constructor side, Red Bull miles clear in the lead of the championship. Mercedes in second and already 18 points clear of Aston Martin, and that is probably going to grow after this race today. Ferrari in fourth on only 100 points, 99 points less than they were on this time last year, and I don't think they have a chance of finishing any higher than fourth. Alpine are 60 points behind in fifth, with McLaren sixth, Haas seventh on the same points as Alfa Romeo in eighth. Haas only ahead because they have a better best race result. AlphaTauri are ninth, with Williams in P10. But let's now get onto your starting grid for the Canadian Grand Prix. So it's the same front row as last year's race, Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso. An all-Mercedes second row of Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. On the third row, Nico Hülkenberg and Esteban Ocon. And then it's an all-McLaren fourth row, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. And rounding up the top 10, good friends Alex Albon and Charles Leclerc. Just outside the top 10, yes, the Ferrari driver of Carlos Sainz and the Red Bull driver of Sergio Perez. And then the seventh row of the grid is all Scandinavian, with Kevin Magnussen and Valtteri Bottas occupying that part of the grid. 15th and 16th is Gasly and Stroll. Penultimate row of the grid, Nick De Vries and Logan Sargent, the definition of mid. And the back row of the grid is Yuki Tsunoda and Zhou Guanyu, who I'm sure are best of friends after what happened in Spain. And that is your starting grid for the 2023 Canadian Grand Prix.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That has to be like one of the worst rows of the grid we've ever had, or like we've had for quite a long time.
I was about to say, but you could go back to some like 2006, 2005 back row grids, and safe to say we'd have a lot worse then.
Or like, was it Stevens and Merry in 2015?
Oh, Will the Lad Stevens, the GOAT.
Right, so formation lap is about to start. And Rook's saying in the chat, Perez, Magnussen and Bottas on the hards, Gasly on the softs, everyone else on the mediums. Not a surprise that Gasly's on the soft because he should have been a lot higher on the grid. That's really the only way he can get properly up the field quickly. As the formation lap begins now at a Montreal circuit that is now baked in sunshine, so no chance of rain for this race. But of course,
that's a 10% chance.
Oh, 10%. Yeah, with despite though it being dry, doesn't mean the track has grip, because of course there has been really no running on this track since qualifying yesterday, where it was, raining quite a lot. So it will be quite a green track and quite hard for the drivers, and we should get quite a lot of different strategies out there, as the front of the field are just coming through the beginning of the middle sector on this formation lap. Of course, I'll get the tyres up on the screen probably, 3 or 4 laps into the race. I'll try and make some progress on that now. As Rook said, Perez, Magnus and Bottas, I think he said, on the hards, and Gasly on the soft, everybody else on the medium. And the medium, no surprise that is the tyre of choice. But I do think they'll go onto the hard tyre pretty quickly, as it should be the best tyre for the race today. As the front of the field exiting the hairpin now onto the back straight before the final chicane. So not long now, guys, until we get going. Of course, it'll be a 70-lap race. And if there is no safety cars, this should be a pretty fast race because, of course, very short lap. So hopefully fast and exhilarating it will be, as Verstappen exiting the final chicane and now slowly crawling to the grid. And Alonso just behind. Alonso, of course, lost second place to Carlos Sainz very quickly, was in a much slower car. Did a great performance last year, though, despite having an ERS issue. I'm sure we'll be keen for another podium. As here is Charles Leclerc back in P10, who has had an awful weekend, really, and just is having an awful time at the minute. Will it get any better in the race? Firstly, needs to keep out of trouble on the first lap, which is pretty hard to do here. Very narrow, the track in the first sector especially. Obviously, these cars pretty big. As Zhou Guanyu coming through the final chicane now, and will line up in a moment at the very back of the grid. As there is Perez on board on the TV broadcast on the hard compound tyres. So, the race here in Montreal normally is very exciting. Will it deliver yet again a brilliant race as the cars line up and the lights are on? 3 lights, 4 and 5 lights. And lights out, away we go in Canada. Alonso's got a decent start. Not anymore, because Lewis Hamilton is up to second. And Ocon there going around the outside of Hulkenberg. And is up to, I think, P5, as Russell trying to go around the outside of Alonso for third into turn 3. And Alonso holds on to it. But Hamilton, brilliant start from him from third. As there's a Williams there with the Perez all over the back of him. And a Ferrari has made a good start as well. I think it's Sainz maybe up to 9th place, as the Red Bull of Perez there and a Ferrari side by side as they continue on this lap. Perez under pressure though from a Ferrari, not sure. I think it's Carlos Sainz who tries to go round the outside, and oh, that's going to be a disaster. Bumps over the sausage curb, and Perez gets him back on the exit as they all now follow in the slipstream down to the hairpin. And look at them, they're all over the place as Perez holds the inside line and keeps the position. What a crazy start back there. And that Ferrari, and it is Carlos Sainz who had a poor start, will have another go into the chicane and gets the move done on Perez as Magnussen goes too deep and has to rejoin on the exit of the chicane as we're on lap 2. And it's Verstappen leading from Hamilton, Alonso, Russell, and then Ocon vitally has got up to 5th place. That's critical for his race. Piastri is up to 7th ahead of Lando Norris. And then you've got Leclerc in 9th, Albon 10th, and then Sainz 11th, Perez 12th. Gasly's had a great start on the soft tyre up to 13th. And then it is Stroll in 14th with Magnussen 15th, Bottas 16th, and then De Vries, Sargent, Zhou, and Tsunoda, who I think might have a car problem because he's very far back unless he pitted and I just didn't see it.
He did go into the pits, yeah.
Yeah, so clearly it had some damage on that first lap as Leclerc...
Also,
go on.
K-Mag did an amazing job not to absolutely go into the back of Perez there, by the way, at the chicane. Good lord. Yeah,
looked really close and just about missed him. Might have clipped the wall on the left-hand side. This Verstappen 1.2 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton as they begin lap 3 out of 70. And yet Verstappen leading from Hamilton, Alonso, Russell, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Piastri, Norris, Leclerc, Albon. And Verstappen, fastest lap of the race, 1:18.0. Here's a replay of the start, Nib, but I'll let you take us through it once you get to it.
Yeah, I was about to say, it feels as if I'm even further behind today, but I think it's just because of the fast-flowing nature of this track compared to the Circuit de Barcelona de Catalunya, and also Piastri is cooking. All right, as now my stream has decided to go into about 30 pixels on the screen, but just an absolutely insane start by Hamilton. I mean, it was not an ideal start by Alonso, but I mean, he had a pretty similar start to what Russell had, and then Russell tried to go clean around the outside up into the first chicane, but just not able to do it. As there's a whole load of squabbling further back as we're on board with Sergio Perez, as Verstappen now leads by 1.2 seconds, as Perez here did a very good job of just avoiding any contact as he had a Haas on his left-hand side. And then the Sainz just absolutely monstered past, as now you're seeing a replay of Magnussen. And my goodness, he did a ridiculous job not to have a huge incident there. He was so concentrated on the car next to him, and then he probably didn't expect Perez to tuck back underneath the Sainz. And that was very well done by K-Mag.
Absolutely, and thankfully for him, he didn't hit the barriers on lap 4 at 70. And Lewis Hamilton is catching, and Alonso is as well, they're catching Max Verstappen. Hamilton did get the gap down to a second just then. Alonso now has the fastest lap of the race and is within just about a second of Lewis Hamilton, as now DRS is enabled. And here's a replay of Alonso. And I thought I saw him maybe clip the barrier. It looks like he did. As Russell saying, give me feedback on strategy as soon as possible. And that was a massive hit by the rear tyre on the wall there. I remember him doing that. He lost a race win here, I think, before doing that. And hopefully that doesn't break his car. Hasn't done so far, as he's still catching Hamilton. And we're on lap 5 out of 70. Right, so whilst the positions are all, the same, let me just do the tyres quickly.
That was certainly a little more than a tap by Alonso, as Alonso's really catching Hamilton here, Chaz.
Yeah, he looks very quick. As I said, on Friday, Aston Martin were the quickest team on the long runs. And Alonso looking super motivated to get that position back as he's hunting after Hamilton. Of course, it is a lot easier to overtake here now that we have had for a few years, 3 DRS zones around the track. And Alonso getting very close through the hairpin, and he looks so much quicker than Lewis Hamilton. But Hamilton gets the better exit, which keeps him ahead for now. But how much longer will he be able to stay ahead? We will see as he gets very close into the final chicane. And I think on the screen right now, guys, I've got the tyres on screen, and I think, except for Magnussen and Bottas, they're all correct, as Leclerc is stuck in a train behind Hülkenberg, which is exactly where he doesn't want to be. As we're now on lap 6, and yeah, let me just update that Magnussen and Bottas are on the hard compound tyre. And yeah, massive train behind Hülkenberg. Go on.
As we've seen in previous races, especially Monaco comes to mind, Aston Martin is absolutely mighty under brakes. So I really think Alonso could potentially try and absolutely send it at the hairpin if he gets close enough. But it's very hard to get close enough with just how bloody heavy these cars are.
Yeah, and as well at the minute he's 8 tenths behind. He'll need to be probably 4 tenths, 3 tenths behind on the approach to that hairpin to even have a hope. As he does get a good exit by the looks of it from the hairpin. And here we go, closing in. Hamilton weaving about slightly to break the slipstream. But Alonso right on his tail. We are in for such a good race here and such a great race-long fight between Hamilton and Alonso. And Hamilton is still only 2 seconds behind Verstappen on lap 7. So Verstappen is not pulling away that quickly. As
this is exactly what Verstappen would want, though.
Yeah.
Just a perfect opportunity to massage his tyres at this early stage of the race, whilst Hamilton is having to absolutely defend with everything from Alonso.
Yeah, as Oscar Piastri has overtaken Nico Hülkenberg, and he's up to 6th place in the McLaren.
Come on.
And I think has probably overtaken him into turn 1. We'll probably see a replay of it in a moment. There you go. On the screen, we can see now he is ahead. But needs to really push hard now because obviously the McLaren is really slow down the straights. And the Haas, look at the train behind Hülkenberg. Basically, the rest of the field has got a yellow flag in Sector 2. And it looks like it might be Logan Sargent who's on the radio. And yes, Sargent has dropped to the back, so clearly has an issue. And yeah, Hülkenberg has got basically everyone below him still in the race, right on his gearbox. As here comes Lando Norris into the final chicane. Hülkenberg defends. But I don't think it'll be that much longer until Norris is passed. I think Hülkenberg, though, thankfully, was still getting a bit of DRS from Piastri ahead. But Piastri has now pulled ahead as virtual safety car for Logan Sargent's stopped car. I think Sargent has stopped at turn 7. Yeah, he's...
it seems to be an engine issue.
Yeah, he's broke down and he's just been wheeled behind the wall. So this won't require, thankfully, a safety car and ruin what's already been a pretty hectic race. So let me just update that Sargent, to the back of the field, and is out, and this virtual safety car should last for probably another few seconds. And here's just them showing a replay of what happened to him.
Yeah, and I think you missed it, Chaz, but Verstappen did come on the team radio and say, I think tyres are more vulnerable than FP2. So, I'm sure Max will be wanting to do all the massaging possible to those tyres.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the cars at the minute, it definitely doesn't look like a very grippy track at the minute, as the virtual safety car has ended. Back under green flag, and Alonso right on Hamilton's tail, but doesn't have DRS because obviously they went through went past the activation point, still under virtual safety car, so he couldn't use it. But now it's enabled as Charles Leclerc all over the back of Norris. But he can't do anything until Norris really gets past Hulkenberg, which he can't do at the minute. As we're on lap 9 out of 70.
It's just me, or did Russell gain massively during that VSC?
Yeah, he has. He's now 8 tenths behind, when before that he was like nearly 2 seconds behind. Yeah, and Verstappen's gained quite a bit. He's now pulled the gap up to 3.1 seconds when it was like 2.1 before.
No, it was 2.6-ish.
Oh,
so
was
not
it right?
As much.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Russell definitely has gained a lot. And now we've got Hamilton, Alonso, and Russell all quite close to each other. As Piastri, I don't know if he's pulled fully over a second ahead of Hulkenberg. I imagine he has. And has he? Yes, he has. He's a second and a half clear. That's vital for Oscar, because now he should pull away pretty quickly. As Alonso, right behind Hamilton, Alonso getting so close to the wall on the wall of champions, of course. But now you've got Alonso and Russell on lap 10 with DRS activated against Lewis Hamilton. And this is a great fight for second, third, and fourth. As here's a replay of what Piastri did to overtake Hulkenberg. Great move down the inside, went a bit wide, but had the inside of turn 2 locked off. Brilliant from Oscar, and I did not expect him at any point this weekend to run in 6th place, but there you go. What a brilliant drive from him. As, yeah, DRS still activated for Alonso. Cool. And Russell, to me, and he is, Russell closer to Alonso than Alonso is to Hamilton, and I'm not sure on this occasion that Alonso will have the DRS activated against Hamilton, because he looked like he might have been just over a second behind in the detection point. And yeah, he's not got DRS. Russell has, though. But they're all really close to one another, as Verstappen on lap 11 now 3.6 seconds clear. And yeah, the field starting to settle down. Norris is still behind Hulkenberg, as Pierre Gasly has pitted. Obviously started on the soft tyre and now getting that out of the way. And that now should trigger the pit stops, because Gasly was in that train behind Hulkenberg. So a lot of drivers are now going to start to pit, as Gasly will come out in 18th place.
This is next level truly trained by Hulkenberg. Good lord, as Verstappen said, he thinks he's hit a bird.
Well, we know here in Canada it is quite common hitting wildlife. I did see a bird on the first lap flying away from turn 2. So yeah, you don't want that, because it can easily break your front wing on things like that. And yeah, you're right, it is an unbelievable train behind Hulkenberg, but Norris can't overtake him because he doesn't have the straight line speed to do it. And yeah, they're on the radio saying, I think I hit a bird. As Tsunoda is actually ahead of Gasly. That's just how much the undercut works, clearly, around here. As Norris caught out a bit there by Hulkenberg diving into the pits, and now he's got Leclerc all over the back of him. And does he hold him back? Yes, he does. Just about for now, but I'm not sure he's going to hold him back for much longer. As Stroll and De Vries pit as well. So, let me just update on lap 12. So, you've got Gasly in 19th for now. And then you've got Hulkenberg in... Oh, hold on. So, De Vries is 18th. Stroll in 17th. As, oh, that's a Mercedes, and it's George Russell, and it looks to me he's broken his front wing. He's hit the wall, and he's broken his car. What a massive mistake from him, and surely he is out of this race. His car looks very damaged. And that's the full safety car. This is brilliant for the drivers who have not yet pitted. And yeah, clearly he has hit the barrier, and Verstappen straight into the pits. Same with Hamilton and Alonso. And Ocon, Piastri, Norris. Again, everyone who hasn't pitted yet will be into the pits. Hard tyres go on for Verstappen. Can Alonso somehow get out ahead of Hamilton? No, he won't. Hamilton will only just come out ahead, and Alonso there, I think, throwing his hand up. That might have been an unsafe release. We'll see what happens with that, but full safety car on lap 13. Russell, I think, is out of this race. As, yeah, everyone else pitting. Perez and Magnussen staying out. Valtteri Bottas staying out as well. Leclerc and Sainz are staying out. And Ocon, who was in 5th, has come out in 9th place. But that's great for him because a few of the cars ahead of... And yet, Russell hit the sausage curb, got oversteer, hit the wall, rookie mistake. And, yeah, he's out of this race, I think. Pretty poor error.
Should I just read out a comment from a certain PR63?
Yep.
He's saying that, I mean, this was about other drivers, but, I mean, it still applies here. There are maybe 3 drivers on the grid who you wouldn't feel comfortable going against. There's a trust between most of the drivers, I don't think. Those drivers have the spatial awareness of others.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, clearly him not giving the wall any space whatsoever there. As just a replay of Hamilton and Alonso there. Don't think that's an unsafe release. I think that's just about fine. If you look at the onboard from Alonso, it looks fine. And Mercedes look like they're going to send Russell out.
Yeah, that's fine. I think Alonso played that up massively.
Yeah.
By weaving all over the shot.
Right, so we're on lap 13. Mercedes are going to release Russell onto track. So they think the car's healthy enough to continue, but I would be surprised because he hit the wall very hard. So I'd be surprised, to be honest, if he actually continued to the end. So let me just update the order quickly. Because
why have drivers not pitted?
Well, a few have, but yeah, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Magnussen. I mean, for Perez, Magnussen, Bottas, it makes sense because they're on the hard tyre, but I don't know why Ferrari have not pitted because they're both on the mediums. Yeah. No idea. Maybe they're just trying something different, but, you know, just for the sake of trying something different. And here's a replay of Albon having a McLaren released right in front of him. But yeah, let me just get the order correct. So it's lap 14, and it's Hamilton, Verstappen leading Hamilton, from Alonso, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Magnussen is now up to 7th. Bottas is up to 8th. Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Magnussen, and Bottas, though, have all not pitted. And then you've got Ocon 9th, who has pitted. Piastri 10th, who has pitted. Great for Piastri and Ocon. Because all they've got to worry about, really, is the drivers behind them. Plus, fresh tyres around here can be very advantageous. So, Ocon 9th, Piastri 10th. And then Norris is 11th, with Albon 12th. Obviously, terrible, that safety car for Hulkenberg. Brilliant for Tsunoda, who's now up to 13th. Zhou is up to 14th. What's wrong?
Sorry, I'm just laughing at what Russell said with the team radio. The car feels a bit bent, but it's all right.
Yeah, not sure if that sounds encouraging if you're a Mercedes...
Especially around this circuit.
Yeah. So Russell is in 19th place at the very back of the field. As we're now starting lap 15, behind the safety car, remember? And right, so now let me get the tyres correct. So most people now are on the hard tyre. Not everyone, though, has pitted. We've still got a couple out there on mediums, the Ferrari drivers. So Ferrari on the mediums, and then Perez hard, Magnussen on the hard, Bottas on the hard, then Ocon, Piastri on the hard, and everybody else is on the hard tyre. So the only people on the mediums are Leclerc and Sainz for Ferrari. Again, who fucking knows what they're doing, Ferrari, but clearly they make their own road in Maranello.
Oh dear.
What's wrong? You still laughing about Russell?
Oh, this is no. This is just funny. Ferrari are funny. What are Ferrari doing? I mean, unless they're predicting more chaos behind them, then yeah, who knows?
The only benefit I can see is that they'll have much fresher tyres for the rest of the race, like once they make their pit stop. But if there's a massive difference between fresh tyres here, they're going to get overtaken by so many people, and they're going to have a massive train of cars behind them, and they're going to be nowhere near the top three. So, yeah, I don't really...
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just laughing because the F1 portrayed by Top Gear account just tweeted out a clip of where Jeremy Clarkson is saying, genius is frightening.
Oh, yeah.
with the Ferrari logo over Clarkson's face. So, just so funny.
They'll never disappoint when supplying us the entertainment for every race. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it'll somehow come good, that strategy, by the end, but it probably won't. I mean, we've seen it. It's not just a thing in Formula 1. It's a safety car, by the way, in at the end of this lap, just confirmed. It's not just a thing in Formula 1. We've seen it here in Canada before. When there's a safety car, you have to pit. If you don't, you're so disadvantaged by it if you don't pit.
Ocon, Bottas, Magnussen noted for overtaking under the safety car.
Right. Well, we'll see if that's shown on the replay. I know Ocon was very close to Magnussen and Bottas when he rejoined, so maybe that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Because he came out right behind them when he came through the pit exit. Obviously, the pit exit feeds right on the exit of turn 2. But yeah, safety car in at the end of the lap. The safety car has now disappeared, and Verstappen becomes the pace car. To be honest, I need to see that incident between those three drivers to see like who actually committed an offence, because obviously we haven't seen it yet. But probably more complicated than it sounds. But Verstappen now becomes a pace car. No overtaking until the start-finish line. As Verstappen continues to weave, get the temperature in the tyres. Hamilton not even bothering. And Verstappen presumably will very quickly get going into the final chicane. No, he's going to keep warming the tyres up. And now does he decide to go? Yeah. And yeah, that was a great decision by Verstappen. It's a great exit compared to Hamilton, who has Alonso right on his tail into turn 1. But Alonso not quite close enough. Didn't get quite good enough of an exit, as Bottas and Magnussen quite close to each other. But they all get away in position on the restart of the race, now on lap 17 out of 70. Still plenty time to go. We're only a quarter of the way through the race. And yet they all fly through the first sector. Now Verstappen already over a second ahead of Hamilton. Clearly his tyres much warmer. Alonso about 0.6 of a second behind Hamilton. So Lewis clearly not got his tyres up to temperature. as they all come through, where Russell crashed in turn 9. And yeah, Alonso close to Hamilton, but of course DRS is not enabled until I think 3 laps after the safety car. So as Alonso hasn't got Charles Leclerc that far behind him. But
Verstappen has vettled. Good lord.
Yeah, as Lando Norris there passing Piastri down the back straight, and he's up to P10 and has got Albon right on his tail, but Piastri might, and yet he gets back in the slipstream. Can Oscar get back at Lando into turn 1? Goes for the inside, but Lando shuts the door, and they are 10th and 11th. Not sure how that happened. Must have been a mistake or something by Oscar. But he is up to P10 now, is Lando. I'll keep you updated, by the way, with George Russell, whether he, is quick enough to still participate in the race. At the minute, he's just at the back of the entire pack, so I can't really say. And here is Norris, and I think, yeah, look at that. Dive bombed Piastri into the hairpin. Great move. Caught Oscar by surprise, and then just about kept it, the position, into the final chicane. As Hamilton and Alonso under investigation for an unsafe release. I think that'd be very harsh if they gave Hamilton a penalty. I don't think that was an unsafe release at all.
Yeah, Norris is under investigation as well.
Yeah, that was, they showed, I think, him very close to Albon from his pit stop. So we'll see the results of that as Max Verstappen does a new fastest lap, 1:16.6, on now lap 19 out of 70. And here's a replay of Charles Leclerc at the hairpin. And it's him locking up and going quite wide. I don't really know why they showed that. Nothing replay that. Didn't need to see that. I mean, he didn't really cost him through the corner. He still had a good corner. But now the two Ferraris quite close to one another, as now Leclerc being dropped from Alonso behind. Remember, Sainz has been the quicker Ferrari driver this weekend, so maybe we'll get some wheel-to-wheel action between the two Scuderia drivers. As Alonso just about within a second of Hamilton and has DRS on him down to the final chicane. So Alonso continues and restarts the hunt for second as Sainz right behind Leclerc. I'm surprised Perez is not closer to the Ferraris, to be honest. As Bottas being overtaken there by Ocon, seemed to be really slow. Did Bottas as Piastri locks up, goes to the escape road for the final chicane and is overtaken by Alex Albon as Fernando Alonso does the fastest lap of the race now on lap 20, and Albon is up to P11. So let me just update on lap 20 that Albon is up there. And given that a few cars ahead haven't pitted, Albon at the minute is in a very strong point-scoring position for later in the race. So this is looking good for Albon. But Piastri, I think, just got caught out by the speed difference compared to Lando ahead and just went too deep. And
I think go on.
Haas there being overtaken, and it is Magnussen who's been overtaken by Ocon. So Ocon has overtaken Bottas and Magnussen in the last 2 laps and is up now to P7. Go on.
Yeah, I think Piastri was a little bit cautious on the brakes going into the hairpin when he initially got overtaken by Norris, because he nearly went into the back of, I believe it was Magnussen in the second corner on the first lap from the restart, just because he was just because they're going so slowly. He nearly went into the back of them. So yeah, he might have been a little bit overcautious and cost himself here.
Yeah, as Kevin Magnussen continues to drop down the field, he's been overtaken by Bottas, and now through turn 1 and 2, Lando Norris as well. So Magnussen really should pit because he's going to just fall to the back of the field at this rate. His tyres obviously way older. And Magnussen in P10 now. But yeah, the rest of the field will gobble him up pretty quickly. As Albon now the next man to try and overtake. And at the minute, Max Verstappen 2 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. Alonso still within a second of Hamilton. Ferrari still with both cars quite close to one another. And are losing time now, quite a bit of time now to the front three. Sergio Perez, though, still not gaining on the Ferraris, which I'm surprised about. He's nearly 3 seconds behind Sainz, despite being on what you would think is a better tyre. And of course, all three of those haven't pitted yet.
Just a quick little update. Magnussen and Bottas dropped behind Ocon because they were in the wrong from the safety car pit exit.
Oh, right. So, yeah, no further investigation, thankfully. So none of them will be getting penalties, as it's now lap 22 out of 70. And Albon was not able to overtake Magnussen, which is bad for him. He needs to get past, if he can, for his race. But the field is starting to settle down. George Russell, by the way, is still at the back. He's within a second of Gasly, but he's not going anywhere. And Gasly is over a second behind De Vries, I think. Is he? No, he's actually within a second. They're all in a train behind Magnussen.
Yes.
What?
Were Ferrari actually cooking? This is working out pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, compared to Perez behind it's working out well. As here comes Alonso and Hamilton down the inside into the final chicane. Will Hamilton, though, get a better exit and try and get back past him into turn one? Alonso, though, will have the DRS. Hamilton has the slipstream and holds the position. Alonso is up to second place. And now can maybe, because Verstappen isn't that far ahead, hunt after Max Verstappen. Alonso does currently have the fastest lap of the race. Alonso up to second. Brilliant move. And that's been coming really since the first lap of the race. So,
as I said, Chaz, there's so much confidence on the brakes in that Aston Martin. He just had all the confidence in the world to outbrake Hamilton into that final chicane.
Yeah, he's looked way better under braking, even at the hairpin, like you were saying earlier. Way quicker. And Hamilton, yeah, I think, he could have defended it harder, but the Aston Martin is clearly quicker. And that's a replay of Albon passing Magnussen at the final chicane, going too deep, going to the escape road, and Piastri got back past him. So Piastri is now up to P11, and now the one right behind Magnussen in this train. Now look at Alonso. He's now pulled already over a second clear of Hamilton. As Carlos saying, I feel like I have a bit of pace here. We all know what that means. He's 0.6 of a second behind Leclerc, and he clearly feels like he's being held up at the minute. As Alonso, only 2.8 seconds behind Verstappen. And I will let you know whether he starts to catch. As lap 24 out of 70 it is now. And still behind Magnussen. No further action for Norris's unsafe release. I'm not sure if they said the same for Hamilton and Alonso. But
yeah, same. No further action for both.
Thank God for that. As what we're looking at the minute is Lando Norris within a second of Valtteri Bottas, who's having a pretty good race. Up in 8th, hasn't pitted yet on the hard tyre. And good for Bottas that he passed Magnussen, because obviously both him and Magnussen haven't pitted yet, and Magnussen is holding up a large train of cars. So Bottas is able to build a gap to those drivers for now. But Lando probably not going to overtake Bottas at the minute because the Alfa Romeo a bit too far ahead and the McLaren a lot slower than the Alfa Romeo down the straights. As Verstappen has now pulled the gap to Alonso to just over 3 seconds. And I'd imagine Max is now going to be trying to push hard to try and get that gap up so that he can't or doesn't have to worry about anybody behind, because Alonso's still not too far back. As here's Piastri on Magnussen, round the outside into turn 1, and Piastri is up to P10. Brilliant move. Obviously, much quicker, much fresher tyres, and now can get pushing and drive away, as Norris has been noted for driving unnecessarily slowly, probably behind the safety car.
Oh, Chaz, that was beautiful by Piastri. Set Magnussen up perfectly.
Yeah,
AI on an F1 game. That was brilliant.
Yeah, had him on toast pretty much through those final couple corners. And yeah, beautiful move. And he's not that far behind Lando, despite being held up for a few laps. He's only 2.8 behind. And Norris is being held up by Bottas. So Piastri probably will be able to catch Lando if Lando remains behind Bottas for much longer, as on lap 26. And Max, at the minute, is pulling away by about 2 to 3 tenths of a second per lap. Alonso can't match him at the minute.
It's Leclerc's catching Hamilton here, Chaz.
Yeah, only, or now just under a couple seconds behind. Yeah, it is surprising, but about their pace. And of course, this is great for Ferrari, despite us all laughing at them. Because, of course, once they make their pit stop, they will have much fresher tyres than everybody else and will be able to obviously rocket their way through the field. Of course, that car is a rocket down that back straight. That was a big reason why they were so quick in Friday practice. And they said how good their day was. But, yeah, it's up front in the top, say, 6 positions, 7 positions, really. It has settled down. It's currently Verstappen, Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Ocon. And then the next close fight, or the highest placed close fight on track, is Bottas and Norris fighting over 8th and 9th. As Verstappen begins lap 27 out of 70. And here's Albon thinking about a move on Magnussen. Gets the switchback, though, through the chicane. Much better exit. Magnussen has DRS, though. Can Albon have enough grip to go around the outside? No. Just not far enough alongside to try that. And it is a very risky move, especially if you have to move offline here on this track. And, yeah, can't make the move.
I tell you what, Chaz, Bottas is not holding up Norris. Well, it might be a little bit, but he's certainly taking Norris up to the back of Ocon here. Bottas is catching Ocon.
Yeah, I saw a moment ago. He's only a second and a half behind. And yeah, he's having a very good race. On Friday in the dry, Bottas was 7th in practice too. But
always been great around here.
Yeah. And obviously he's had a couple podiums here, even for Williams. Never mind Mercedes. And yeah, looking good at the minute as Verstappen already beginning lap 28 as this race absolutely flying by. We're not that far away from half distance in this Canadian Grand Prix. And yeah, the main fight at the minute really as... Oh, Stroll there kind of forced onto the grass. And I think Stroll was trying to overtake Hülkenberg and Stroll has pitted. I'm not sure if he's got front wing damage or something. Or if that's what he meant to do, I have no idea. But Stroll on another set of hard tyres. Yeah, that looks like it probably was a deliberate pit stop there by Aston Martin. So he is now 19th on another set of hard tyres. Obviously, Phil Aston Martin. But on a fresher set of tyres, he's got a better chance of getting near the points. George Russell, by the way, still in 19th place, clearly has damage to his car because, of course, his car is a lot quicker than, being in 19th. And he's not putting Pierre Gasly under any pressure whatsoever. As Albon still close to Magnussen through the hairpin. Verstappen at the minute on lap now 29, 3.5 seconds clear of Alonso. Alonso not going away that quickly. And there should be, we've still got another 40 laps pretty much to go here, just over 40 laps. There probably should be another pit stop. in this race for most people. Yellow flag in Sector 1 and Sector 2 as Albon passes Magnussen on the exit of the chicane. And Magnussen just went too deep, and Albon gets it done. Not sure who the yellow flag was for, but Albon, is up to 11th place. And the next person to try and overtake Magnussen is Yuki Tsunoda, who pitted on the first lap. Sainz saying switch, or the Ferrari saying to Sainz, switch red. And him responding, I'm happy in mode X. Wait, box, not yet. And then Ferrari responding, stay out. Who fucking knows what's going on at Ferrari? They don't even know what to do. Literally 1 second it's box, stay out. Yeah, no fucking idea what they're doing. As Hülkenberg, I'm not sure whether Stroll deliberately pitted or not. I still think he probably did deliberately pit, but just got caught out by where Hülkenberg was with his car. And then, very good pit stop for Aston Martin, and we'll see if Stroll can do anything. As now it's lap 30, and Max Verstappen is 4 seconds clear of Fernando Alonso. Still close, bit too close for comfort if you're Red Bull, but they are still comfortably leading at this point.
Certainly seemed very deliberate by Aston Martin. I mean, there wasn't any rushing out into the pit lane by the team.
Yeah, to be honest, it is probably Stroll's best bet if he's going to finish in the points. Because he was stuck in a train, and that Aston Martin is not exactly a bullet down the straights to be able to break the train. As we're looking at the visor cam, really, of Fernando Alonso, who is, 4 seconds behind Verstappen. Hamilton, 2.5 behind Alonso. Leclerc, just over 2.5 behind Hamilton. Sainz is about 2 behind Leclerc. As Verstappen saying, I'm just losing grip with this tyre now. And Red Bull responding, okay, Max, I think we've got that message. Thank you. Just head down. Of course, they won't want to be giving their rivals any boost in confidence if Max is struggling with his tyres. But he's still pulling away from Alonso, and he is still, at the minute, the quickest car on the track. So there is no need to worry if you are a Red Bull fan. And as you were saying, Nib, Valtteri Bottas is genuinely quick because he's almost a second ahead of Norris, now just over a second ahead. And he's lapping quicker than Piastri and the cars behind him. So, Bottas is very quick here. And will be someone to look out for in the second half of this race once he pits for a fresh set of tyres.
Still ages left in this Grand Prix.
Yeah, I'd imagine Bottas probably won't pit for another 20 laps. Because obviously he'll have to go onto the medium compound. As Albon just over a second ahead of Magnussen. Looking good for Albon at the minute. He's a net 10th place. Because obviously Bottas hasn't pitted yet. I mean, Perez, Leclerc and Sainz haven't pitted yet, but they will build a big enough gap, probably, to come out easily in the top 10. So, still looking good for Albon. But it all depends, really, on how quick Bottas and maybe Magnussen are towards the end or fresher tyres. As Hülkenberg has pitted. He was just ahead of Stroll. Another set of hard tyres. Of course, started in 5th. And now he'll be down to the very back of the field in 19th. One retirement so far, Logan Sargent, due to an engine issue, which is a shame for him. So Hülkenberg in 19th. Stroll quite a few seconds ahead. About 3 seconds ahead. Just shows you the undercut and the power of it. As Max now saying grip is getting better. Maybe just a graining phase on those hard tyres. As he begins lap 33. And the gap between him and Alonso is now over 5 seconds.
Max entering his Lewis Hamilton era here.
Yeah.
Talking about the tyres non-stop.
Tyres are gone. Yeah.
We just need a faster lap to back it up now, Max. Come on.
Yeah. As Zhou Guan Yu now pits from 14th place at the end of lap 32 for him. Tsunoda getting close to Magnussen, but not getting past. So Zhou should come out, probably. Hülkenberg was behind him, so we'll see whether he can stay ahead or not. And yeah, we'll see. No, he's come up behind, so Hülkenberg has jumped up a position. That's got ahead of the Alfa Romeo driver. Tsunoda having a better race now, of course, than obviously in the early stages. Safety car helped massively. But Tsunoda on Friday was very quick on the long runs. So if he can pass Magnussen, he might be able to do something a bit special later on. Of course, has had a brilliant season. As we're on lap 34 out of 70. And Max Verstappen, nearly 5.5 seconds clear of Alonso. You need about, 17, 18 seconds, I think, to pit and come out ahead of, a driver, as Pierre Gasly now pits from 15th. If Verstappen was to pit now, he would come out in between Sainz and Perez. But obviously, he doesn't want to do that because he would then get held up by the two Ferraris, and that would cost him against Alonso probably later on. As Gasly made the pit stop and should come out at the very back of the field. Shame for Gasly's having the race he's having. But, and actually Gasly has come out ahead of Zhou. Gasly has gained a position and is up to 18th and up a position in the train. As we're on lap 35 now, halfway through 2023 Canadian Grand Prix. Just want to quickly say, as we're halfway through, of course, we do watch-alongs for every qualifying and race. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notifications bell for more content like this. And make sure, guys, to smash that like button if you haven't already. We're on 83 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 likes or more before the end of the race. As not Kevin Magnussen, Yuki Tsunoda hits for AlphaTauri from P12. And now Nick De Vries down the inside of Magnussen. And Magnussen, a bit of contact there between the two. And Russell undercuts them both and goes up to P12. And De Vries now down the inside. Oh no! What a stupid move that was from De Vries. All locked up, down the inside into turn 4, and he's took both of them off the track, and now they're going to try and get back on somehow.
They had the good old side pod glitch there in turn 1 and 2, did K-Mag and De Vries. What is De Vries doing? Goodness gracious me.
You just know, though, with K-Mag, that he was not going to let De Vries put that move on him, and he was just going to force himself up the inside of that corner.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of reminded me, it's not as funny, but when Magnussen punted Latifi off in France last year because he just refused to let him overtake him. But, right, so Russell is up to 12th as De Vries is now rejoining. Lando Norris is in the pits, maybe because they thought a safety car was going to be triggered. So here's a replay. De Vries down the inside. They're saying it's Tsunoda, but it's not. It's De Vries. And then, Magnussen forces his way back up the inside. They both go wide through turn 2. And Magnussen, I think, may have broke his front wing slightly there against the front right wheel of De Vries. Russell did exactly what he needed to do. Undercut them both. Got the position. And then De Vries, who will be extremely hot-headed after that, dive bombs, locks up, and they both go down the escape road. And that pretty much sums up his F1 career to date. So we're now on lap 37. Lando Norris has come out in 12th place behind Russell. So it's Norris 12th. Stroll is now up to 13th with Hulkenberg in 14th. Gasly is up to 15th with Tsunoda in 16th, and then Joe in 17th, and then Magnussen 18th, De Vries 19th, as Ocon and Bottas come into the pits on what is lap 37. De Vries and Magnussen noted for causing a collision. I think De Vries will get a penalty there. Ocon and Bottas. Let's see where they come out in relation to Norris and Bottas and Ocon. Will rejoin ahead of Lando Norris. So that's brilliant for Valtteri, who's now on the faster tyre, the medium compound, which is working well for Ferrari in 4th and 5th. So Piastri is up to 7th. Albon is 8th. Russell is 9th. And then it's Ocon 10th, Bottas 11th, Norris in 12th. Let me just update that Magnussen is now on a set of mediums. Obviously started on the hard tyre. And we are now on lap 38. And Verstappen still just over 5 seconds clear of Alonso. As Sergio Perez now pitting for his first pit stop. Here's Albon behind Piastri. And look at the Williams fly past. Oh, Piastri decides to come into the pits. It doesn't allow Albon to get the move done, but that Williams was so much quicker. But Piastri now pitting for a fresh set of what should be hard tyres. Perez on a new set of mediums. And Perez has come out right behind Albon, which is bad news for him to possibly undercut past, or get closer at least, to the Ferrari. So Albon 6th, Perez 7th, Russell up to 8th. And then Ocon 9th, Bottas 10th. Norris is 11th, Stroll 12th, Piastri 13th. Penalty for Lando Norris of 5 seconds for unsportsmanlike behaviour.
Yeah, that's why I went, whoa.
Why?
I assume that's going to be underneath the safety car.
He must have deliberately backed people up or something to gain from it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, I assume we'll see post-race exactly what happened, unless we get such a lull in the race that they get to show us.
Yeah, as Carlos Sainz pits first for Ferrari, interestingly. So that will just further the conspiracies that Ferrari favour Carlos Sainz more than Leclerc, because it is secretly Scuderia Santander rather than Scuderia Ferrari, as Sainz now on the hard tyres. So Sainz has thankfully come out in 5th place, so that is brilliant for him. So he's not lost any positions. And now on the hard tyre, let me just update that. Bottas is on the medium. Perez is on the medium. And everybody else but Magnussen outside the top 10 is on the medium, as well as Perez being held up a lot behind Albon, and that is making this, him pitting. He's not gaining the benefit from fresh tyres right now because he's being held up, but he's not going to be held up for much longer. As here comes Sergio Perez past the driver he replaced at Red Bull and is up to 6th place. Albon is staying out. So clearly, he's either on a one-stopper or he's going to try and do a long middle stint. As Charles Leclerc has pitted and come out in 4th place. So this has worked out brilliantly for Ferrari. And I apologise to Ferrari for making fun of them. So 4th and 5th, both on the hard tyre.
Cooking.
Yeah, that's the first brilliant strategy I've seen from them in a very long time. Perez, up to 6th on the mediums. and Albon on the hard. And the next car behind Albon is George Russell, who is over 3 seconds behind Albon. I'll let you know if he's catching him or not. As Mercedes tell Hamilton to pit. On now lap 41, and he is now pitting, so I expect Alonso will be in soon, as Alonso has actually brought the gap down to Verstappen to under 5 seconds. And Hamilton is on a set of medium tyres. Interesting. They are going aggressive. Of course, actually,
I like it.
I have to remember that I read out today that Mercedes, with both drivers, only had one set of hard tyres available for the race, so they couldn't do anything else. They had to go onto the mediums, but still, an aggressive strategy. He rejoins in the position he was already in 3rd place. De Vries and Magnussen under investigation for causing a collision. No surprise about that. Let me just update that De Vries is actually ahead of Magnussen in 18th place. And the rest of the positions are as is. Alonso's been told to pit. Russell is catching Albon, just not as quickly as he probably should be. Definitely has damage to his car, but just not enough to put him out of the race, as we're now on lap 42. And Fernando Alonso pits. Alonso does have an extra set of hard tyres, and he goes onto it. So we now have a tyre differential. Hamilton on the medium, Alonso on the hard. As Hamilton won't come out ahead of Alonso, but Alonso will be under pressure now, probably, for a few laps with Hamilton on the softer compound. As Carlos Sainz does the fastest lap of the race in 5th. Now Perez does the fastest lap of the race in 6th. As the 2 Ferraris here line astern, and they're right behind, guess who? I think it is De Vries and Magnussen. Who are, it is. Now Magnussen, right behind De Vries, is on the softer compound, and we all know what is coming. As at least he lets the Ferraris lap him, but once he gets sight of a gap, there is going to be an overtake right there as Max Verstappen pits for his final pit stop, and Verstappen should go on to another set of hard tyres, has another set available to him. And no, he goes on to a set of mediums, does Verstappen. So will the hard tyre be good enough for Alonso to hold on to 2nd? That's what we're about to find out.
I think Max did make it loud and clear that he was not enjoying that hard compounded tyre and wanted to be on the mediums.
Yeah, the hard, it's a very durable tyre, but it definitely is not a great feeling tyre. And 2.7 second stop, incredibly slow for a team like Red Bull, but he will still maintain the lead comfortably. As Sergio Perez, now he's done the fastest lap, looks like he's really getting on with things, and he's now 3.5 seconds behind the 2 Ferraris. And Leclerc, though, has pulled over a second ahead of Sainz, so Ferrari not as close now with their 2 drivers as they was previously. But the field on lap 43 is, as it says on the screen, Verstappen in the lead from Alonso, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Albon, Russell, Ocon and Bottas. And everyone in the top 10 has pitted twice, except for Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Albon, and Bottas. And here is Magnussen. Here he comes on De Vries. Down to the chicane. Is he going to send it? No, he's not going to quite yet.
Ooh.
But here we go. Gets a good exit from the final chicane. Maybe into turn 1. Please show it. No, he's not close enough. But if he gets close enough, he's absolutely going to go for it. As Leclerc being told on the radio that Sainz will not attack you. As Pierre Gasly overtakes Hülkenberg down the back straight and is up to 14th. Now on lap 44 out of 70. And Gasly, now his next target is Oscar Piastri, who is in 13th place and about 3.2 seconds clear. Hard tyres working well for Alonso. He's only 4.5 behind Verstappen, and Hamilton has not really gained anything on him in the last lap or two. So Alonso looking good on the hard tyres. And if those mediums for Verstappen or Hamilton really go away, really could help Fernando later in this race. As Perez just lapping De Vries there. And now Magnussen will close back up as he tries to nuke De Vries out of orbit. On now lap 45. Hamilton, fastest lap, 1:16.0. That's a lot more like it. And Magnussen and De Vries will finish at the back because they are about 2 pit stops at least behind the next car, which is Zhou Guanyu and the Alfa Romeo. George Russell catching Albon still, but still not catching him that quickly. He's still over a second behind him. Like I said, he clearly has damage, but, can still, thankfully for Mercedes, finish the race in his current condition.
I've just seen the strongest copium I've ever seen in my life defending the Norris penalty. Unsportsmanlike behaviour is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in professional sports, by the way. How unserious are these bleepers? It's called being clever, trying to back up the pack so you aren't waiting 14 years to pit. It's also been done a million times before, but sure, let's penalise Norris, why not?
Yeah, that is
Good Lord.
Absolutely stupid thing to say. As Magnussen has overtaken De Vries, we've not seen it. It was at the final chicane. Hopefully we'll see a replay. Well, I remember, because obviously I have such a great memory, I know why that rule was brought in. It's because I don't think it was just this race, but there was one instance where at Spa, Kimi Räikkönen, I think, was second behind his teammate and basically went at like 5 miles an hour on the entry to the pit lane whilst Montoya took his full pit stop, so he didn't have any time wasted. And it obviously affected everyone else quite a bit. So they made it a rule that you can't do that. I remember Hamilton getting a penalty for doing that to Ricciardo in Bahrain a few years ago as well. And it's clearly unsportsmanlike behaviour because you're trying to basically, you're cheating on purpose, try and benefit from it. That's what unsportsmanlike behaviour is. So, lap 47. Hamilton does another fastest lap, but he's not really catching Alonso that quickly. Alonso, though, is now catching Verstappen. He's brought the gap down to 4 seconds out front. And now goes under 4 seconds. Can Alonso do the unthinkable? And something that would be truly legendary and catch and pass Verstappen in the final 24 laps. Still, I don't think he will, but you never know with him. He's capable of special things. He's lost a lot of time there, Alonso. Just dropped over a second very randomly and very quickly. Must have made a mistake somewhere, Alonso. The gap just went from 3.9 up to 5.3, and Hamilton now only 3.3 behind him. So, we'll see a replay, I'm sure, in a moment of why he's lost a second and a half out of nowhere. As Russell now within a second of Albon. On lap 48 out of 70 as Hamilton does another fastest lap, a 1:15.3. And he's given it everything to get after his old teammate and sparring partner, still current sparring partner, Fernando Alonso. Alonso saying, tell me when lift and coast is okay. I want to stop doing it. Aston Martin respond, yeah, we will do, but please keep doing it now. Please keep doing it. Alonso responds, "I want to win the race, mate." Obviously, that's another thing with this circuit is fuel saving is quite critical around here. And
as Alonso knows back from the McLaren Honda days.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Chase.
He refused to fuel save because he was he was going to be just awfully slow if he had to do that. Just saw a replay of why Alonso lost time. He went off at the turn 8-9 chicane and had to use the escape road. That's why he lost a second and a half. As of course, with lots of a long straight and then a slow corner, long straight. That's why, obviously, fuel and fuel saving is an issue here. And this track in general does test the cars quite a bit. Very hard on the brakes, very hard on the engines, and of course, quite hard on everything else on the car, especially if you hit the wall, just like this person, George Russell, has. Who is still right behind Albon, but not able to go anywhere. At the current pace, Albon might actually, if he can get to the end of the race, Albon might have a decent chance of actually finishing in 7th place. Ocon is catching him in 9th, and so is Bottas and Norris. Norris, of course, has a penalty, and Stroll, and so on and so forth. But, yeah, obviously we know the Williams incredibly fast in a straight line, so he's got a lot to defend with. That's why Russell can't overtake at the minute. As Tsunoda overtakes Hülkenberg for 15th. But yeah, Albon could be on for a massive result here. And he's got about, 21 more laps to hang on. As Alonso 5.5 seconds behind Verstappen, and Hamilton 3.3 behind Alonso. And I'd say this season, you'd have to say, and I think you'd agree, Nib, these three, in this order, are the three best drivers right now in Formula One. Quite clearly this season. And at the minute, they are, all of them, hammering their teammates and are in a different race, really, at the minute. I know Ferrari are not too far behind, but yeah. Verstappen, Alonso and Hamilton performing so well at such a tough racetrack. As Tsunoda passing Hülkenberg there, down the straight into the final chicane. Easy overtake. And Haas, 16th and 18th.
Yeah, and I mean, these three are three of the greatest that we'll probably ever see. So, I mean, you just got to enjoy whilst the three of them are still going all at the same time. Because, I mean, Alonso isn't going to race until he's 50. So, yeah, just need to keep enjoying what they're doing.
Yeah, and it is so great. As I said back in Bahrain, it is so great to see Alonso racing in the part of the field where he should be. And still showing why he is one of the best drivers in the world, as we knew he was. Even back when he was with McLaren, we still knew he was one of the best. Just needed better cars. Hamilton, 3.5 seconds behind Alonso. Alonso starting to slightly, not pull away, but as Hamilton saying, or Mercedes telling Hamilton that the wind is picking up. Hamilton not really catching Alonso anymore, as Verstappen now 6 seconds clear of Alonso. And there is now going to be, very soon, a train developing behind the Williams, because you got Russell within a second. Ocon is about to be within a second of Russell, and then Bottas is about a second behind Ocon. Norris is within a second of Bottas, so there is going to be quite a train behind that Williams. And we'll see if Albon can hold on. And we have to also mention, Ferrari, there is still a chance for them to finish on the podium, because Hamilton obviously pushing like mad, and he's on the medium. Leclerc is on the hard tyre, and if that medium goes off quite a lot towards the end, he might be under threat from Leclerc for 3rd place. So Ferrari might actually snatch away a podium finish. I can see, by the way, we're on 93 likes. Let's try and get, if we can, up to 100 by the end. Not too far away now. As Albon still ahead of Russell. Russell not able to do anything about Albon. And to be honest, if Russell can't get close enough to overtake him, I don't see how Ocon, Bottas, Norris, or any of them, Stroll, can do anything really themselves to get past, as Nick De Vries has pitted again and is last in 19th place.
Yeah, George did say on the team radio that he doubts that he has the straight line speed to overtake. So, yeah, going to be quite a challenge for George. I mean, and Albon, fantastic season he's having, Chaz.
Yeah. What we're seeing here is what should have happened in Melbourne. If he didn't obviously have his crash, he was up in a good position. And as well, one thing that is clear to see, I mean, it's been a bit of a weird weekend, and it's not been as easy to say legitimately at times who is quick in certain facets, but Williams have brought a massive upgrade here, and it is only on Albon's car. Clearly, they are much better for it because, he's comfortably able to hold 7th place for the moment. And good to see that Williams have improved massively and are getting back now onto the pace, maybe a bit better than what we saw at the start of the season, where they scored points. As, now a train developing behind Albon. But whether they can pass that Williams is a different story. It is a monster in a straight line, as we've seen at many Grand Prix in the last year or so. In Spa, I think he was able to nick a point and had a massive train behind him that couldn't overtake. Obviously, Melbourne had, at times, a train behind him, but had great pace there back in 2022. It's normally Albon that's the one doing the overtaking. As, Russell nowhere near him at the minute. And we'll see whether Ocon, behind Russell, can maybe get past Russell to try and have a go at the Williams, as we're on lap 54 out of 70. And Bottas, actually, doesn't look that far behind the Alpine there of Ocon. As they're coming into the final chicane, Bottas closing up a lot. Of course, Bottas is on the medium, Ocon on the hard. But unfortunately for Valtteri, Esteban is just too far ahead. As Lewis Hamilton has now brought the gap to Alonso to under 3 seconds. Now 2.5 seconds, and that extra fuel saving might just be costing Alonso later on the chance to finish in second. Obviously, this track, tough on fuel and hard to save fuel around here. But one thing that might be possible as to why they're having to save so much is because maybe they didn't expect to be running so quickly in this race, therefore getting through so much fuel. Because obviously all the teams don't fill up their cars with the exact same amount of fuel. As on lap 55. And Russell on the radio looks like he's been overtaken here by he's got a problem. George Russell's got a problem. Probably, I'd imagine, related to what happened earlier. And it looks like he is out of this race. As Haas getting ready for a pit stop, probably for Kevin Magnussen. Another set of mediums by the look of it. As Russell into his pit box and out of the Canadian Grand Prix. First retirement for him in Canada.
Wow, a one that we haven't seen in a while, Chaz. His front left brake wear was too high. So, failure imminent, so they decided to retire.
Well, that's, quite surprising. And, Russell, let me just update that he is retired from the race. So now, up into 8th is Esteban Ocon, right on the tail of Albon. Bottas up to 9th. Great race for him. Obviously, Bottas started in 14th. What do you call it? Lando Norris in 10th, but has a 5-second penalty. So, won't be finishing there. As still closely following Albon, they are. Let me just update the tyres quickly. And no, not that. Just want to update that Bottas, of course, is on the medium, and Norris is on the hard, as we're on lap 56 out of 70. And the main fight to look out for now is, the fight for 7th place. And these are very important points, especially for Alfa Romeo and Williams. Alfa Romeo 8th in the championship. As it stands, they're going to go up to 7th. Williams, though, if they scored 6 points, that is gigantic for them. That would put them right behind Haas and not that far behind Alfa Romeo in the fight for 7th. So, critical laps these are for these teams. As Russell shakes his head, and the day is done. On lap 57. Anyone close to Albon? No, nowhere near. As Bottas, to be honest, looks closer to Ocon ahead. And Lando Norris, if he was to drop 5 seconds now, he would finish in 11th place ahead of his teammate Piastri in 12th. And McLaren at the minute heading for 0 points from the Canadian Grand Prix. Amazing stat I saw, Nib, that they showed on the qualifying broadcast yesterday. McLaren have not scored a point in Canada since 2014, where they finished that race, I think, 4th with Jenson Button and 9th with Magnussen, it said on the screen yesterday. I was amazed by that.
Well, to be fair, of course, and there being a power circuit, and of course, they had some very dark McLaren Honda days. That period is expected, but I mean, McLaren, it's not like McLaren have had a woeful car for since what was about the 2019 or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a bit surprising. But I'll tell you one person who I don't think we've mentioned, maybe in about an hour. Okay, maybe less than an hour, but in some time, is Sergio Perez. What's Blood doing?
Yeah. His pace has fallen off quite dramatically. As Lewis Hamilton, by the way, is just over 1.5 seconds behind Alonso. So that is hotting up. It's the opposite of that 2013 fight at the minute. Hamilton the one catching Fernando towards the end rather than the other way round. Perez, 26.5 seconds off his teammate in the lead. 8 seconds, almost 8.5 seconds behind Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Yeah, I have no idea. He's had a horrible weekend. And,
he's losing time to Sainz. And I mean, we can see the medium tyre is very good at the moment. Just baffling how poor he is at the moment.
Yeah, the medium working well for Bottas, working well for Verstappen and Hamilton. Verstappen now almost 8 seconds clear of Alonso as Hamilton continues to catch. And is 1.4, 1.5 seconds behind. Just needs another few tenths and he can enable his DRS.
I mean, he's a second a lap slower than his teammate at the moment. I mean, it was half a second on the previous lap, but yeah, I mean, unless they've turned down the engine, there's no real reason for his pace to be this poor.
Yeah, and he only pitted 3-4 laps maybe before Max, so that's not like a fresher tyre thing. Yeah, it's very poor. And Perez will once again not only miss out on a podium, but not even finish. No, he did finish in the top 5 in Spain, but still not a podium once again for him. As Ocon closing up on Albon, but
he can't close up on himself.
But I'm not sure he's going to get a good enough release from the hairpin. Oh no, he does get a good enough release. He might be able to get. Will he be able to get close enough? Let's see. No, that Williams is on something else. He didn't even gain anything. Really, that is crazy levels of straight line speed.
The Williams is what people claimed the Red Bull was earlier in the season.
Yeah. It is truly a rocket ship in a straight line, as he's got Ocon, Bottas, Norris, Stroll all in a train behind him. But unless Ocon can do something about Albon, it's going to remain that way. Great race from Albon, even if he don't finish in the points. Superb effort from him. Or definitely one of, if not the driver of the day. As now lap 61, 10 laps to go, and Hamilton is now 1.4 seconds behind Alonso. And if you look at the speed trap data really from this season, I mean, Mercedes and Aston Martin, similar, of course, with their straight line speed, same power unit. Mercedes, though, do tend to be a tad quicker by a couple kilometres an hour, which might make the difference if Hamilton can get DRS. As he, we'll see if he closes up on this lap or if Alonso can hold him back. As the Ferrari's nowhere near this battle, so they're going to finish in 4th and 5th, which is a good result for them. Realistically, the best they could have hoped for. As Alonso at the minute, winning the driver of the day vote, only by 1% ahead of Albon. As far as I'm concerned at the minute, Albon is the driver of the day if he finishes in 7th place, without a doubt. And still is ahead of Ocon. Piastri, I've seen, is starting to catch up to Stroll. Of course, all those cars now in a train, so Piastri will probably join it. Probably Gasly as well. As Verstappen begins lap 62, Alonso pulled away from Hamilton by about 3 to 4 tenths of a second on that lap. So Hamilton might have spent the best of those tyres.
Tell you what's really disappointing, Chaz, is Ferrari and how they bottled qualifying yesterday. Because their race pace here, Chaz, is very, very good. I mean, they're matching. I mean, the top 5 are basically doing the exact same lap time since I've been looking at the live timing over the past 10 laps.
Yeah, they've. I mean, again, on Friday, and from even the long runs, they did look much improved. They were only. They were, a couple tenths only per lap slower than Aston Martin and I think Red Bull as well. So, yeah, the pace and the dry definitely there, but as you said, just bottled qualifying extremely hard. As Alonso being told Hamilton 1.9 behind, and Fernando saying, copy, leave it to me. He knows exactly what he's doing, of course. He's done many races, and he's ran in podium positions a lot here in Canada. As he starts lap 63. It is encouraging, though, that, Verstappen and the Red Bull, they're still clearly the best team. It's encouraging, though, isn't it, Nib, that the Aston Martin and Mercedes in this race, they've been slower, but not that much slower, have they?
Yeah, and of course, around a shorter track with not many corners, the gap is going to be closer, but I think we have been starting to see it. The last couple of races, the gap isn't as big as it perhaps was earlier on in the season. The teams are catching Red Bull slowly. But yeah, of course, it's one thing to be on their pace. It's another thing to beat Red Bull and to beat Max Verstappen. But yeah, the other team's certainly getting closer, which is encouraging for the second half of this season.
Yeah, and obviously, when we return to Europe and we go to the British Grand Prix in 3 weeks, that's normally a race where we see quite a few upgrades. So maybe we'll see them get even closer after that.
Oscar Piastri will win the British Grand Prix.
Yeah. I really hope that McLaren upgrade works, because it'd be great to have them up there as well. Oh, Norris dive bombs Bottas at the hairpin, just like he did to his teammate. And does he get it done? Yes, just about. But will Bottas get him back down the back straight? He probably will. And no, he won't. Norris is holding on to it and holds the inside line. And Lando clearly has decided, fuck it, I need to overtake them all. And he's going to try and do it now. And Bottas now seriously defending from Canadian Lance Stroll, who thinks about moving around the outside, but is not far enough alongside to get it done. So Lando up to 9th. Obviously has the 5-second penalty, so still probably won't finish in the points, but needs to try and get a move on if he is going to finish in the top 10.
Wow, that was a great move by Norris, and it was fantastic that we were on board the visor cam at the time he went for overtaking. That was perfect by the TV director. Obviously, him and Lando had coordinated that.
Yeah, and doing a video F1 game move really at the hairpin, as he's done obviously earlier in the race, as Ocon getting close to Albon into the hairpin. All about the exit though, and Albon is really delivering well on the exit of the corner to enable Ocon not to get close enough to even think about overtaking into the chicane. But is he closer this time? A bit closer, but still not close enough to overtake, as Albon thankfully is now winning the vote for driver of the day. Of course, I'll set up a poll in a few laps. Hear from you guys as to who's driver of the day. And of course, remember, I will stick around for 30 to 40 minutes after the race to react with you guys to the events of this race. So make sure to stick around for that. And as I said earlier before the race, I did the replay of Verstappen. Oh, hitting the sausage curb there. And he says, fuck, I almost knocked myself out on that curb. Ha ha. That's incredible. How he's so relaxed about that. That's literally the curb that put Russell in the wall. And, yeah, incredibly relaxed that he almost put himself out of the race. As he's just started lap 66. And Ocon still not close enough to Albon, but Ocon is heading still for some decent points. Alpine, though, this weekend, their pace has been pretty disappointing. I expected them to be really fighting, not as, right up there with Alonso and Hamilton, but I thought they'd be a lot closer. They're miles behind, honestly. Still, Ocon nowhere near close enough to overtake Albon. But Lando Norris gaining a lot. And I'm sure if he has a look into the hairpin, he will go for it.
Safe to say that Lewis is well and truly being teased here, by the way. As soon as he started to get close, Alonso's just pulled out a second, and yeah, it's very comfortable now.
Yeah, as Stroll there, just a replay of him going wide at the hairpin and locking up. Stroll was at a horrifically bad weekend at a pretty mediocre race. He will finish in the points if Norris, can't obviously build a 5-second gap. But yeah, been a bad weekend.
We need some more locking up by Lance Stroll.
As Norris got very close there in the hairpin, not close enough to overtake. But to be honest, Norris overtaking Ocon looks more likely than Ocon overtaking Albon. And Norris at the minute, 1.6 seconds, 1.9 seconds clear of Bottas. If he keeps pushing super hard and Bottas really falls off the pace towards the end, it might just be possible that he scores a point. But still, not long to go. It's lap 67 out of 70. We've only got about 3.5 laps left. As, Verstappen, 8.5 clear of Alonso. Hamilton, 3.1 behind Alonso. And as Nib said, obviously shorter track, so the gaps are going to be automatically smaller, but Aston Martin and Mercedes are definitely catching Red Bull. As Verstappen begins. Lap 68. And Norris very close to Ocon on the exit of that corner. Will he send it? Yes, he does! Ocon just about sees him coming, but will get the better exit. That was very well managed by Ocon. He drove the corner in a way that he didn't lose really that much time to Lando. But yeah, he tried it, Lando, but was unable to make it work. He gets a good exit from the final chicane. Will he even maybe think about sending it into turn one? No, it's too short of a braking zone to even think about that from that distance. Yeah, this is obviously the main fight to look out for. Piastri and Gasly now tucked right up behind Stroll, who is right behind Bottas. So there is a very big fight going on there. And of course, remember, at the minute, Norris will drop out of the points. So Bottas is in a net 9th with Stroll 10th. If Piastri and Gasly can make moves on these final couple laps, it could see them grab a point. And we are now at lap 69 out of 70. As Sergio Perez pits for a fastest lap attempt. As Norris still too far behind Ocon. Quickly before the end, Nib, just a word on what's going to be our race winner, Max Verstappen. Not the easiest weekend, but still by far the best.
Yeah, I mean, good recovery after they had a bit of a struggle on Friday. I mean, dominant pole yesterday in the wet and tricky conditions. And they've had a bit of pace here over the rest in the second stint. As Max did try to set the fastest lap. He did a 15.5. But yeah, wasn't able to quite get it. And that's why Perez is now pitted to try and get it. But yeah, fantastic recovery. I say recovery. Not like it was a terrible, terrible Friday for Red Bull, but done well to bounce back from what was a poor Friday from their standards. And yeah, I mean, another win for the best driver in the world.
Yep, as he's already begun the final lap here in Canada and is flying through the exit of turn 7. Nick De Vries just up ahead of him. And yeah, has once again dominated another race and will take what is his 6th win of the season after the first 8 races. And still, Red Bull are unbeatable as Verstappen through the hairpin he comes. Now on to the back straight. Of course, I'll let you know if there's any position changes right before the end. As Norris is still right behind Ocon. Very close as Verstappen into the final chicane. And he truly is the king of Formula 1 right now. And this circuit is one for the drivers to prove their true quality. And he's done it this weekend as he wins for the 2nd year in a row the Canadian Grand Prix. And Red Bull are still 100% in 2023 when it comes to race wins. Fernando Alonso finishes 2nd for Aston Martin, his best result in Canada since 2013. Hamilton finishes 3rd for the 2nd year in a row here in Canada. Leclerc 4th, Sainz 5th, Perez will be 6th. Whether he gets the fastest lap or not, we'll see. Here we go, Albon, Ocon, Norris, down to the hairpin. And Norris sails round the outside. Ocon defends it and holds the inside line. But will Norris maybe go for a move on Ocon? Down to the final chicane, gets a great exit. Right in the slipstream. Norris round the outside. He's getting a slipstream from Albon as well. And Ocon holds it on the inside. Norris goes to the escape road. And Lando will miss out on a points finish. As Bottas and Stroll in the background, very close. And Stroll gets it on the line. Just like in Baku a few years ago, Stroll passes Bottas over the finish line and will finish in 9th place. For Aston Martin, brilliant move there. And Valtteri Bottas is up are down to P10. So Norris, in the end, drops to 13th. Let me just update. So Norris down to 13th. And Lance Stroll finishes in 9th. Brilliant from Stroll at the end to grab an extra point. Still a poor performance by him, but a great last lap overtake. Alex Albon, what a race for him, finishing in 7th. But there you go. That is the Canadian Grand Prix. And Nib, considering how long you've been up for, we'll just get your final thoughts before you head off. Driver of the day. And how good was the race in your opinion?
Pretty easy drive of the day. Alex Albon, of course, driver of the day. Fantastic drive in that upgraded Williams to finish in 7th place. And now I don't know whether or not it's my tiredness taking over, but I'd reckon a 7 for that race. I thought it was quite good. I thought there was enough action throughout to keep it entertaining, despite that, really constantly being a massive DRS train, and Red Bull's 100th win today. It's quite crazy that I watched the first one in China in 2009. Was it 2009 or was it 2010?
It was 2009.
I can't even remember.
2009.
Yeah, it was 2009. Yeah, geez, such a long time ago now. And I mean, Verstappen's 41st win now, matching Senna, of course. So quite a massive milestone to reach for Max today. And yeah, I mean, 79-point lead in the championship. I think we can comfortably say that it's over now. If it wasn't before, but I think it's definitely over now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be a 3-time world champion at the end of the season. I think for out of 10, I'd probably give it probably a 6.5, because we did have some lulls through the race. But yeah, it wasn't on average, but wasn't maybe quite as good as I hoped. I do think the safety car timing did kind of ruin what could have been a better race, because obviously then with a lot of drivers paying under the safety car meant we didn't get any excitement, or less excitement, through the strategy and all of that stuff. But yeah, driver of the day for me, easily Alex Albon. What a drive. Williams now up to 9th in the championship and are just 1 point behind Haas, who are 8th. So Williams on their way up. Great to see. Yeah, I know you're knackered, mate, so I'll let you go. Cheers for coming on tonight. I know obviously it's quite a pain being up at this time, but yeah, cheers, mate.
No issue at all. It's quite convenient. The race was on after when the cricket was supposed to finish. But yeah, I was going to say something, but I've forgotten. Oh yeah, I think it was just a bit unfortunate that we didn't get another safety car to add a little bit of spice. That would have been absolutely perfect. Like if Mercedes had tactically stopped George on track, that would have been incredible for the race. But of course, they did the right thing and brought him into the pits before he did have a massive brake failure. And yeah, as expected, Norris's time penalty was for slowing to create a gap to Piastri, which he used quite well in the end, didn't he? Because he ended up getting past Piastri. I think it was on the second or the first lap after the safety car restart.
First lap, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lando dropping to 13th at the end, but yeah, go on.
But it's glad I could come along, and I will certainly be on for the British Grand Prix.
Not for Austria? Or did you think Britain was next?
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's too many.
Too many races.
Excuse my French. There's too many fucking races, Chaz. Like, seriously. It's absurd. Yeah, Austria. I'll be on for Austria.
Yeah.
Which I assume is in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be glad to hear it's a sprint weekend.
Oh, fuck off.
At least Red Bull Ring's a better track, so maybe we'll actually get something happen compared to Baku.
Well, listen, if the cricket's on, I'll be watching the cricket instead.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, but cheers for coming on, mate.
It is perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, cheers for coming on again at such a late hour for you. And yeah, obviously I'll chat to you later, and we'll see you for the next race in 2 weeks.
Yeah, all right. Take it easy, everyone. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening, day, and well, morning for us idiots in Australia. Ciao, ciao.
Have a good one. See you later.
See you, mate.
And yeah, thanks for him coming on, because of course, very early in the morning in Australia. So yeah, great to have him on. And that was the first Canadian Grand Prix we've done together, I think, since 2019, which feels about 10,000 years ago, because so much has happened since then in just the world. So yeah, there you go. That's your Canadian Grand Prix. I am going to be obviously still sticking around. The stream is not over yet. I will be now doing a reaction to what's happened in today's Canadian Grand Prix. We'll go through the teams and just quickly get into my initial reaction to how they all did, teams and drivers. Of course, guys, remember, I will be live tomorrow night for a weekend review of the Canadian Grand Prix to get into a bit more detail about the race and just the weekend in general. So, yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow night at 8 p.m. UK time. So make sure to join me for that as well if you want a bit more in-depth analysis from myself. But yeah, we'll get into the reaction in just a moment. And in a moment, I will post the poll in the chat, the driver of the day poll, just to ask you guys who you think driver of the day is, and I think I'll just quickly do it now. So, who is your driver of the day for the Canadian Grand Prix? And the options will be Verstappen, Albon will be an option, of course. I'll put Leclerc in there. I think Leclerc had a very good race. He wasn't that far off a podium, and he thought had good pace today. So yeah, I'll put Leclerc in there. Actually, you know what? I'll put Alonso in there instead, because Alonso had a bit more work required to do to get his result, and Leclerc benefited a lot with the safety car. So Alonso, I'll put in there, and Bottas. So let me know, who is your driver of the day for the Canadian Grand Prix? Mine is Alex Albon. A lot of people are going to go for Alex Albon, I'm guessing. Maybe. We'll see. Alex Albon has won the official driver of the day vote. So yeah, we'll see what you guys think in regards to that. Just seen on Twitter, Chris Medland just tweeted that Aston Martin tells Alonso that it thinks Verstappen was beatable without the issue he was managing. Alonso agrees, but says he's happy with how the team performed. Yeah, Alonso did get the gap down to like 3.5 seconds. So it would have been really interesting to see if Alonso had no issues to manage, whether he could have maybe gone for the win. And like we were saying, just a few laps before the end, Red Bull are still the best, but they're not that far ahead as they were, back in Bahrain, where they obliterated everybody in sight. So, yeah. Let's now get into the reaction to the race itself. And we'll start, of course, with your race winners, Red Bull Racing. Yeah, Max Verstappen, despite Red Bull not being as quick as I thought they would be, he was, the deserving winner, had the pace, was comfortable in the lead, not for the entire race, but most of the race, and was just too quick in the end. And if Alonso had not been managing an issue, then maybe we could have had a fight for the win. But yeah, Verstappen, the deserving winner, and once again, brutally dominating another F1 race weekend. For Sergio Perez, very poor. I know he finished in 6th, which is better than where I predicted him to finish. But given the pace of the Red Bull compared to the rest of the field, and given that obviously the safety car helped quite a bit to clear some traffic, I don't think Perez really can be happy at all with his performance today. He was miles behind everybody else. The cars ahead in the top 5. Obviously his teammate, Alonso in the Aston Martin, Hamilton in the Mercedes, and the 2 Ferraris. May have got the fastest lap at the end, I'm not sure. But yeah, horrendous performance from Perez. And in Austria, remember, Red Bull's home race, he has got to step up his performance because that is a big race for the Red Bull team. As we know, they are always desperate to win that, as it's full of Red Bull and Verstappen fans. It's just, a lot of support for the Red Bull drivers in general. Perez also. So, yeah, he has to get back on it in Austria because if not, pressure will mount quite quickly for that seat. But yeah, Max Verstappen, brutally dominant again, and he will now march on to Austria, where, of course, he will win by a country mile because he owns that racetrack. I know Leclerc won there last year, but most of the time, Max Verstappen doesn't just win the Austrian Grand Prix. He wins it either in brilliant style or dominates that race. So I expect Verstappen to dominate in Austria. Next up, the Scuderia Ferrari team. 4th and 5th, great result, 22 points. That is a lot better than I expected coming out of this race. We did laugh at their strategy under the safety car, but it turned out to be the right thing, so credit to them for a brilliant decision on the strategy there. And maybe their strategy this season hasn't been much, much better than what we saw last year, now that, Rueda this year has been put back in the factory, and there is a new head of a race strategy at the minute. But it has definitely been better to a certain degree than what we saw last year. And yeah, great decision by the strategist at Ferrari to keep the 2 cars out. And it secured 4th and 5th for both drivers. And was a very important 22 points for them. Because despite Alonso finishing 2nd with Aston Martin, with Lance Stroll finishing in 9th, Ferrari do outscore Aston Martin by 2 points and have outscored Mercedes by 7 points. So they do gain on the 2 teams ahead of them, thankfully. Whether they continue to gain on them, we will see. But the next race in Austria, it should suit their car definitely for qualifying, and I expect them to be very quick and maybe even, nick pole position if one of their drivers can put in a really good lap, because of course a very short lap around there, and the gaps are so small around there between all of the cars. It's definitely possible for them to be quick in Austria. But I'd say this is the first race of the season where Ferrari have, compared to qualifying, come out of the race, with their heads held high, with a really good result. And as Nib said, if only they didn't bottle qualifying in the wet, they could have maybe been on the podium or even fighting for 2nd place. Pace was there. Yeah, positive for Ferrari, but still not on the podium. And Ferrari still have not been on the podium since Baku at the end of April. Next up, Mercedes-Benz. Lewis Hamilton. Brilliant start by him, right up to 2nd place, but then had Alonso all over his gearbox until Alonso eventually passed him. I know Hamilton was quick towards the end on the fresh, it wasn't the fresher tyre, it was the softer tyre that he pitted for a lap before Alonso went for another set of hard tyres. Yeah, again, I know he was quick, but the Aston Martin was the better car today. That was pretty clear to see, and Hamilton maybe could have defended harder against Alonso, but I think Alonso eventually, somehow, someway would have beaten Hamilton. Again, the Aston Martin was just too quick for the Mercedes. The George Russell, though, shocking race. I know the retirement, was from issues not relating to his accident, but that mistake he made was so poor. And as we were making fun of him during the race, don't be going out before the race talking about, some drivers out there don't have spatial awareness, and then go and fucking smack into the barrier and almost break your car during the race and cost yourself at least 4th place. He needs to really, think a bit more before he talks, because there's a few other things he's been saying the last year which, just don't really sound that great, to be honest. Of course, a lot of the times when he has an accident with someone, it's tending not to be his fault, according to him, and he does have a bit of trouble admitting blame. Does George Russell? And I mean, I know he had a good race in Spain, but if you look since the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, Russell has not really had a good season since then. Was 8th in Baku, 4th in Miami, good race. Then in Monaco, bottled a podium by making a mistake. Spain had a terrible qualifying, was nowhere in qualifying, even had contact with his teammate in qualifying. Came back to finish in 3rd. That was mostly due to the great pace of the car, to be honest. And then here in Canada, threw away what could have been even a chance at a podium. So, yeah, Russell really needs to not have like a crisis meeting with himself necessarily, but he needs to improve on this form quite quickly, because he really has not had anywhere near as good of a season so far that he had, at the start of 2022, where he was consistently putting in great performances in what was a much slower Mercedes car. Yeah, Russell needs to improve quite a bit. But yeah, great podium for Hamilton. Sadly, they don't pull away from Aston Martin, so Aston Martin are now how many points behind? 13 points, I think it is now, the gap between Mercedes and Aston Martin. At the next race in Austria, my guess is that Mercedes will probably be quicker than Aston Martin, at least in qualifying. And then in the race, who knows? We'll see. We're very close between the two teams. But yeah, Mercedes should have a decent Austrian Grand Prix. But yeah, good to see them on the podium again. And clearly, more evidence that their upgrade has clearly worked. And talking of working upgrades, let's go on to Aston Martin and their new upgrade, massive upgrade. Oh no, bit too far back. Yeah, their new upgrade, again, a massive upgrade to the side pod, the floor. Their first proper big upgrade of the season clearly has worked, because they were quicker than Mercedes today. They were the second best team out there. And Aston Martin, as I read out earlier, they legitimately thought they could have had Red Bull today and could have won the race. They are definitely a bit closer to Red Bull, and that is brilliant to see. Whether they win a race very soon, who knows? But yeah, they're definitely closer by a couple tenths of a second compared to what we saw, say, a month ago. But yeah, Alonso, not the greatest start. Lost position to Hamilton. Eventually overtook him. Brilliant move down the inside into the final chicane and then held off Hamilton into turn 1. Had really great pace. Was relentless really throughout the entire race and the race weekend as well. Hamilton was catching him, but Alonso eventually did enough, despite his fuel saving and managing certain other issues, was able to hold off Hamilton and finish in second. First podium in Canada since 2013. Aston Martin's first podium here. And another podium in 2023. That is Alonso's 6th podium, I think, of the season. Yeah, 6th podium of the season. So brilliant from him. And yeah, around these certain tracks where there's it's a shorter lap, the gaps are a lot closer. They're tantalizingly close to Red Bull. Red Bull are still quicker, but they're not a million miles away. So Alonso, watch out for him in the next few races. You never know what he could do. He is an absolute monster in that car. Still one of the best drivers in the world. Probably at the minute, the second best driver in the world, to be honest. Lance Stroll, Great move on the final lap to finish in 9th, but horrendous performance all weekend. He should have been really up fighting the Ferraris in 4th and 5th. That's where he should be, not fighting an Alfa Romeo for 9th place. That is horrendous from him. So yeah, good to see him in the points still, and slightly better result for him than what we saw, or than what I predicted. I thought he would finish in P10, but still, horrendous performance. Must improve. Aston Martin are to reclaim 2nd in the championship. And the final front-running team we'll go on to, who won a front-running team today, or this weekend really. Alpine. Esteban Ocon finishing in 8th. A shame they couldn't finish in 7th, but to be honest, even if they finish in 7th, that wouldn't really be a game changer for them. Alpine, nowhere near as quick as Red Bull, Aston Martin, Mercedes, or Ferrari. Clearly the 5th best team. And yeah, they were nowhere this weekend compared to those teams, which is very disappointing because I thought they would be at least not too far away from those teams, but they were miles behind. Ocon in the end couldn't pass Albon. Good race from Ocon. I don't think Ocon, with Alpine's, say, more so poor result compared to what I expected, I don't think it's because of Ocon. I think Ocon has had a good weekend. He was obviously 6th on the grid, was running 5th in the race until the safety car. But yeah, he just... or not with him, but Alpine were just simply not quick. And there's nothing really he could do about it. So yeah, good performance from Ocon, but Alpine just not that quick. Gasly obviously was heavily costing qualifying what could have been a better result in the race today, finishing up in P12. Only 4 points for Alpine. They pull away in 5th, but they are now a bit further behind, quite a bit further behind Ferrari. And probably nearly 80 points behind Ferrari in the championship. Now we'll go on to the more so midfield teams. McLaren. Lando Norris deserved the penalty. I mean, I've not seen the incident myself, but I believe absolutely he did what he did. It's something I've seen before, and I believe that he definitely did what he did, and deserved the penalty. You're not allowed to do that, and that is clear unsportsmanlike behaviour. So he deserved to finish in 13th place. Shame that Piastri, in the end, didn't have that great of a race, because he was running at one point in 6th place for McLaren and was looking really great. In the end, 11th, not the end of the world. That would have been, if you told me he was going to finish 11th coming into the weekend, I would have said that was a great result. But it could have been more, realistically, looking at how the weekend has gone. But good weekend for Piastri, good performance. Couple mistakes here or there, but we have to remember this is his first weekend at this circuit, so I'm sure next year we'll see a much better performance and more consistent performance by Piastri. But yeah, Oscar once again impressing me with his speed and skill. But no points for McLaren, but they're still 6th by a comfortable margin to the rest of the teams behind them. I know they're only 9 points ahead of Alfa Romeo in the championship, which doesn't sound a lot, but given in the midfield you don't score that many points normally, it's not that big of a gap. And 8 points ahead of Alfa Romeo. So still comfortable for McLaren. Of course, they're waiting for that massive B-spec car upgrade in 3 weeks' time at Silverstone. Let's hope it puts them in a position where they're where they were pretty much a couple years ago, which was able to get podiums and be super competitive. Their driver lineup certainly deserves it. Alfa Romeo, brilliant drive from Valtteri Bottas. Despite the safety car coming out, I don't think that necessarily benefited him. His pace was genuinely really good on the hard tyre, on the medium. A shame he was passed by Stroll at the end, but still a great drive by him to finish in the points. Remember, he started in 14th place, and I did not expect Alfa Romeo to finish in the points today. I didn't think they'd really get that much or that close to finishing in the points. But yeah, brilliant drive from Valtteri. Zhou Guanyu finishing in 16th. Shocking performance. thrown away any good form or confidence he had from the Spanish Grand Prix. So yeah, terrible by him. And yeah, Alfa Romeo, they're now up to 7th in the championship, which realistically is the best they can hope for in 2023, unless McLaren somehow don't improve with their new upgrade. So yeah, great for them to be back in that position. A lot higher of a position, really, than they deserve to be. Yeah, good to see from the Alfa Romeo team, and from Valtteri Bottas bouncing back after a poor Spanish Grand Prix, which wasn't really his fault. After he had after he had a broken floor at the Spanish Grand Prix. Sky F1 are showing a replay of Alex Albon's radio, and the reason they're showing it is because they're now interviewing him. We'll get onto him in a moment. What a drive from him. Quickly on to Haas. As I said they were going to be, they were the slowest team in the race. 15th and 17th. Horrendous performance, but they just can't look after tyres, and they have horrific pace on heavy fuel. Hulkenberg couldn't do any more than what he did in the race. Magnussen obviously was took out really by De Vries at turn 3, and that's why he finished in 17th when he was having himself a pretty decent race, was running up in like P12 before that happened, and maybe could have had a better he maybe could have finished in a 12th or a 13th if it wasn't for that. So a real shame that happened. But yeah, terrible for Haas, and it doesn't matter with them, to be honest, how quick they are in qualifying. They just can't score a point at the minute because they've got no pace in the race. AlphaTauri, obviously Yuki Tsunoda had damage on the first lap. That's why he pitted on the first lap. That massively compromised his race, and that's why Tsunoda ended up in the end finishing in P14. Not really able to fight for a point. A shame for him. Nick De Vries, again, as I said during the race, summing up why he's had such a shit season. Past Magnussen. Magnussen, I think, fairly got back past him. I don't think what Magnussen did into turn 2 was unfair, but then De Vries did the absolute worst thing you could have done, which is get all hot-headed and mad and then try and pass him immediately in the next corner, and he ended up taking himself and Magnussen down the escape road and ended up finishing last. So well done, Nick De Vries, for a brilliant performance there. But yeah, AlphaTauri, no points, and they are now last in the championship. Not quite, I think, where they have necessarily deserved to be this season, because Tsunoda has been really good for them. But yeah, they still have a lot of work to do if they're going to finish any higher than 10th and last in the championship. And finally, let's go on to the surprise of the day. Williams and Alex Albon, driver of the day by a mile. 7th place, 6 points. That puts Albon up to 12th in the Drivers' Championship, just behind Lando Norris. And Williams, up to 9th and only 1 point behind Haas in 8th and 2 points off 7th place, Alfa Romeo. Brilliant from Albon. The Williams upgrades clearly have worked very, very well. The Williams was way quicker today and this weekend, really, than we've seen in a couple races beforehand. And great to see Williams back to the pace they were at the start of the season. Obviously, that pace diminished, not because their car's bad, but really because the other teams, were bringing upgrades and overtaking them in the development race. But Williams have bounced back big time and are now a serious threat in that midfield. And given that, given that the next race is the Red Bull Ring, which is very high speed, lots of straights, 3 DRS zones, Alex Albon should be a dark horse for a really strong result there, and should be able, I think, to secure points there, to be honest. I'm not saying he will secure points, I'm saying it's definitely possible. In that weekend, because the Williams car should be very quick in Austria. Also, massive credit to Albon for being the only driver who finished the race to do a one-stop strategy and still finish in 7th place. Brilliant from him. Logan Sargent, unfortunately, had an engine issue. That's why he did not finish the race. Thankfully, though, for Logan, he will have the upgraded Williams at the next race in Austria. So Williams, as a team, will be much better performing. And Logan, of course, has raced at the Red Bull Ring before, so we should see a better performance from him compared to his teammate Albon. But yeah, great for Williams. We're so happy for them. And let's hope they continue to progress. It's great for Formula One if they're in a better shape, put it that way. There you go, guys. That's my reaction there. My initial reaction to this Canadian Grand Prix. And to be honest, given how long I've been live for, 4 hours and 10 minutes, I think I'm probably just going to come to the end of the stream, guys, because I'm absolutely knackered, to be honest. So let me bring this poll in the chat to a close. 58 votes in total. Thank you guys for voting. I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day for the Canadian Grand Prix? And you guys voted with 50% of the vote, Alex Albon. So fantastic to see you guys agreeing. And I think he is clearly driver of the day. Verstappen, second, joint second with Alonso on 24% of the vote. And Bottas, fourth on 1% of the vote. Thank you guys for voting in that poll. And yeah, that is it, guys, for the Canadian Grand Prix race watch-along. Reminder, I will be around tomorrow live at 8 p.m. UK time for a weekend review of some of the talking points from the weekend. So make sure to join me for that tomorrow night. And maybe some pieces of content will come out of that stream as well as a recorded video, maybe to be uploaded on the Tuesday or the Wednesday. So make sure to stick around for some more content coming up for the next couple of days, possibly. But yeah, if you've newly subscribed this weekend, thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. Great to have you. If you are still new to the channel and you have not subscribed, then make sure to do so. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it there. And whilst you're at it, hit the notifications bell so you're notified as to when I go live or upload content. And before you go, guys, smash that like button as we are on 109 likes. Let's try and get it up to, I don't know, over 120 by the end if we can. If you've not already hit the like button. But yeah, just a quick update as to what the schedule is going forward. Yeah, tomorrow night, live at 8 p.m. for the Canadian Grand Prix weekend review. And then the next live stream after that, on Thursday the 29th of June, live again at the same time, 8 p.m. UK time, will be the weekend preview for the Austrian Grand Prix weekend. And remember, in Austria, it will be a sprint weekend. So it's going to be quite hectic. Obviously, we'll have qualifying for the race on the Friday. The race that it will be qualifying for will be... let me rephrase that. I know it is a confusing system. Yeah, Friday qualifying will decide the grid for Sunday's race. And then on Saturday, you'll have sprint qualifying, which will decide the grid for the sprint race. And then the sprint race, of course, points are dished out for that. Obviously, Formula 2 will be back in Austria as well. We'll be covering that too. There'll be plenty of stuff covered on the channel. So yeah, make sure to join me for all of that in a couple weeks' time. But yeah, make sure to smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 if you want to keep up with the content on this channel in another way. And if you want to join our growing community, make sure to join the Discord server link below in the description or even in the live chat. I'm sure Rooksfoot, my moderator, is probably going to post it in the next few seconds or so. If you want to join our community of over 500 members, make sure to join or click on that link and join the server. It would be great to have you. But guys, until my weekend review tomorrow night, and until the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the return to Europe and Austria, Red Bull's home race at the Red Bull Ring, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.